This page from SEGA Saturn magazine is bursting with exciting news and previews. The iconic Sonic the Hedgehog is front and center, striking a dynamic pose alongside a rocket, immediately grabbing your attention. It seems the big feature is a deep dive into SEGA itself, titled, "We Asked SEGA's 21 Departments," hinting at an inside look at the company's workings. Game-wise, there's a lot to unpack. Nights into Dreams is heavily featured, with the release date announced for July 5th. Other titles getting highlighted include Virtua Cop 2, Lunar, Silver Star Story, Street Fighter Alpha 2, and Virtua Fighter 3. It also mentions Fighting Cops 2, Greatest 996, Tokimeki Memorial, and its puzzle spin-off, Tokimeki Memorial Puzzle Dama, Tokimeki Bomberman, Saturn Bomberman, Dodonpachi, and the atmospheric RPG Far East of Eden, The Apocalypse IV. Intriguingly, there's also a game called Shinrei Jukushishi Taromaru mentioned. It looks like Virtua Fighter 3 is generating a lot of buzz, specifically around the reveal of the last new character. This page is a snapshot of the hot topics for SEGA Saturn gamers at the time, covering a wide range of genres and promising upcoming releases. Plus, there's even a special bonus poster advertised for Super Real Mahjong PVI, a packed page for any SEGA fan. This page showcases a very atmospheric and dark-themed game with the tagline, "Unsatisfied Madness is Here." The page is dominated by two striking character portraits at the top, one looking quite sinister in a tuxedo and bow tie, and another with slicked back hair appearing more stoic. Below them, a smaller image reveals another character in casual clothes, perhaps offering a contrast in style. The overall visual and the tagline strongly hint at a psychological thriller or a mature RPG, fitting with the kind of darker games that were sometimes explored on the Saturn. The prominent SEGA and SEGA Saturn branding at the top and bottom clearly mark this as a promotional page for a game on that console, emphasizing the Saturn's continued push into diverse gaming experiences. This page reveals the adventure game Gekka Mugentan Toriko, hyped as a highly anticipated masterpiece. Developed by SEGA, this Two Candelas Room title is crafted with passion by novelist Kenji Takimoto, who apparently dedicated 3 years to its creation. It's set to launch on June 28th, at an estimated price of 6,800 yen. The game's description hints at a story where a peaceful life is abruptly shattered, throwing the protagonist into a strange, transformed world. It's tagged as an adventure game that delves into psychological horror, with the player embodying the main character and experiencing a narrative focused on mental states and player choices. The page also boasts about the game's visual fidelity, mentioning beautiful visuals achieved with full CG graphics and a special defocus function. The page showcases a character portrait of a woman and some gameplay screenshots featuring a male character navigating various atmospheric settings. This page is a big announcement for GameWare Volume 2, which looks like a Crydrom magazine compilation. It seems to feature various sections like HG Cup, which is related to Shiseido Fine Toiletries, Telecom Town, linked to Nippon Telecom, and Interactive Advertising, which they are calling Game Advertising. There's also a digital gallery to view digital content, information for game info and previews, and shopping for game-related merchandise. It seems like GameWare is positioning itself as a magazine on Crydrom, boasting it's a new style of magazine on Crydrom. They are highlighting a few games, notably Last Gladiators, which is tagged as a digital pinball and part of the SEGA Saturn Masterpiece Collection. Then there's talk of Legend Fighter, Digital Comic, and Playing Movie Game, Series of Dreams, with titles like Legend of Sarah and In the Blue Water, which are described as version up and power up versions, and are still under development. Hit-Boy's Great Adventure 2 is also mentioned as a SEGA Saturn title in the shooting genre. The page ends with a big advert for GameWare, currently on sale for 1,980 yen, suggesting it's a magazine format where you can play games on your Saturn and enjoy other content. They're promoting it as a great deal and encouraging people to buy it at SEGA Saturn software stores. This page continues the introduction of GameWare Volume 2, emphasizing it as a magazine to be read first, then played. It highlights the concept of serial game, suggesting a new style of connected game entertainment, alongside the series of Dreams games, which are described as adult-oriented love games. Legend of Sarah and In the Blue Water are mentioned again as examples within the playing movie game genre. They also feature Pit-Boy's Great Adventure, a comedy-style puzzle game. Another title, Ajihan Detective Agency, is also showcased. The page includes screenshots from these games and concludes with a message about games being broad and very enjoyable. This page is an advertisement for Tokimeki Memorial, Forever With You, on SEGA Saturn. It's presented as a whirlwind of Tokimeki and a hot topic. The text talks about starting a Tokimeki, a feeling of excitement or heart-throbbing in high school life, meeting girls, experiencing various school events, and growing together. It suggests that on graduation day, you'll meet a wonderful version of yourself. The ad emphasizes that in the SEGA Saturn version of Tokimeki Memorial, you can actually confess your feelings yourself. Screenshots show in-game scenes and character interactions. 2 editions are highlighted, the Deluxe Edition and the Special Edition, both releasing simultaneously. The Deluxe Edition includes a Tokimeki character card, while the Special Edition comes with a special transparent binder-type case and an original color power memory. Both editions feature original illustrations on the CD-level picture labels. The prices are listed for both editions. The advert also features a picture of a real woman in a school uniform, presumably to promote the high school setting of the game, along with anime-style artwork of the game's cast. This page announces the arrival of Saturn and Konami's new software lineup. It promotes Tokimeki Memorial, Taisen Puzzle Dama, as a puzzle game version of Tokimeki Memorial, where the girls from the original game are now ready for puzzle battles. It emphasizes chain combos and asks if you can defeat the heroines. This version is also being released simultaneously with the PlayStation version in September, with the price to be determined. The page also highlights Policenauts as the ultimate form of the Policenauts series, coming to SEGA Saturn on 3 creeds. This version includes special packaging, a gorgeous photo collection, and is slated for release on September 13th with a manufacturer's suggested retail price of 6,800 yen, excluding tax. There's also a section titled Popular Software Lineup, showcasing other Konami SEGA Saturn titles including Snatcher, Gradius Deluxe Pack, Taisen Puzzle Dama, Gokujo Parodius Da Deluxe Pack, Jikyu Powerful Pro Yakyu, 95 Kaimakuban, and Totsugeki Karakuri Ninja Tatemakuri. Prices are listed for each game. Finally, there's a Big Hit Thanks section announcing a Get the Software campaign for Konami SEGA Saturn software. You can win Konami SEGA Saturn software with scratch cards. The campaign period is until September 30th, Heisei 8, 1996. Prizes include 1 game for first prize, 1 game for second prize, and Konami SEGA Saturn goods for third prize. They will draw 500 winners each month. This page showcases some handy gadgets from Victor, or JVC as they're known internationally, aimed at making your gaming setup smoother. On the left, we've got the game selector, which is perfect if you have multiple consoles cluttering your entertainment center. It's a one-touch switcher that lets you connect up to 3 consoles, so no more fumbling with cables. The JX5 model is priced at 2,500 yen, and it uses standard pin jacks. Then there are the AV Selector JX3 and JXS3, both priced at 2,500 yen as well. The JX3 uses pin jacks, and the JXS3 is for video connections, giving you options depending on your setup. On the right side, the page shifts focus to audio, highlighting stereo headphones perfect for late-night gaming sessions. The tagline is Night, suggesting a big difference at night, implying you can game without disturbing others. They are pushing 2 models. The HPW250's cordless headphone system at 10,000 yen, which boasts freedom of movement and a wide reception area, and the HPG 300 game headphones for 3,500 yen, designed for powerful game sound with high-quality magnets and a long 3.5 meters cord, emphasizing comfortable lightweight design. Essentially, if you're tired of cable mess or want to game late without disturbing the peace, JVC's got you covered. This page highlights the upcoming SEGA Saturn release of Strikers 1945. They're calling it a super intense vertical scrolling shooter set in World War II. You get to choose from 6 famous warplanes from different countries, and they're really pushing the option formations you can use in attacks, as well as the sheer number of powerful enemies and superweapons you'll be up against. Strikers 1945 for Saturn is set to launch in June of '96 and will cost 5,800 yen. The page also gives a shout out to Dodonpachi, calling it a legendary shooting game and a special prize winner from '95, which is making its way to the PlayStation. This one is also from Atlas and Cave, and it's priced the same at 5,800 yen. Down at the bottom, there's an advert for Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Summoner, and its Demon Compendium, mentioning how the demons in the game are being recreated using CG. This page introduces a brand new adventure game, marking the first foray into gaming for Naoki Prize-winning author Kageki Shimoda. They're really hyping up the high-quality 3D CG visuals and the immersive voice acting by famous voice actors. Apparently, the scenario itself is penned by Shimoda, promising a grand and weighty story that stretches from Japan's Warring States period all the way to Hokuto beliefs. Sounds like a wild ride. They're boasting about unique and witty tricks packed into the gameplay, and the visuals are definitely intriguing, with glimpses of a skull, some rather unique-looking characters, and even a Shiba Inu dog. They are boldly claiming it's 7 times more interesting than previous adventures. So it sounds like they are setting the bar very high for this mysterious new title. The small print at the bottom looks like standard game credits and technical details, mentioning things like compatible hardware, staff roles, and contact information. This page showcases a new adventure game titled Nanatsu no Hikan, which translates to Sevenfold Secret Mansion, described as a mystery adventure game. It seems to be heavily focused on atmosphere and mystery, highlighting its setting in a mansion and the intriguing story. The text emphasizes the high-quality 3D CG visuals and immersive experience, mentioning the music by Yasushi Miyagawa as creating a mysterious ambiance. They also mention the female character's psychology being well portrayed, enhancing the sense of presence. The page lists key personnel involved in the game's creation, including Kageki Shimoda for the original story, Yasushi Miyagawa for music, and voice actors for the characters. The character cast list includes names like Koichi Midorikawa, Mariko Kuda, Yuri Amano, Rika Fukami, Yuki Kishino, Koichi Kitamura, and Kazuhiro Murase. They also mention narration by Kazutoki Nagai, and special guest appearances by Norio Wakamoto, Hitoshi Kusano, and Tomokazu Seki. The page mentions it's a Cadrom 3-disc set and is priced at 7,800 yen. It also features a small advert for an official guidebook for Nanatsu no Hikan. Overall, the page is heavily promoting Sevenfold Secret Mansion as a visually impressive and story-driven adventure game with a strong focus on mystery and atmosphere, backed by a well-known author and voice cast. This page is showcasing Koei's lineup of games. On the left side, it highlights Winning Post 2, a horse racing simulation game, emphasizing the thrill of being a horse owner. The advert includes a gameplay screenshot and mentions it's currently available for 9,800 yen. On the right side, the page promotes Angelique Special, described as a neo-romance game, posing the question of whether to live for love or become a queen. It features character art and screenshots and is priced at 7,800 yen, also currently available. Both games are for the SEGA Saturn. This page continues to showcase Koei games, highlighting their historical simulation titles with taglines like Nobunaga Reborn in a New Guise and New Dramatic Romance of the Three Kingdoms. On the left side, it features Air Management 96, an airline business simulation game with the tagline Unite the World with Airlines. It's advertised as Now on Board and priced at 8,800 yen. The advert shows a screenshot of the game interface and the box art. On the right side, it advertises 2 more games. Nobunaga's Ambition returns, a historical simulation game described as Currently in Battle, priced at 5,800 yen, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms. IV Wall of Fire, a Raiko simulation game described as Currently in Hot Battle, priced at 8,800 yen. Both of these games also have box art and character images displayed in the advert. This page is an advertisement for Koei, continuing from the previous page's focus on their games. It emphasizes the fulfilling environment at Koei, showcasing it as a great place to work, mentioning qualities like energy and creativity. They highlight that Koei provides a supportive and enriching work atmosphere, from the head office to welfare facilities, ensuring employees can fully utilize their abilities. They're looking for people who are always ready to challenge themselves, forward-thinking, and team players. The page features a collection of Koei game boxes, including titles like Winning Post 2 Plus, Sengokushi IV, Romance of the Three Kingdoms IV, and Nobunaga no Yabu returns, Nobunaga's Ambition returns, and possibly others. The ad also shows images of Koei's facilities, including what looks like company housing, recreational areas, and office buildings, suggesting a comfortable and well-equipped workplace. There's also a section detailing the location, emphasizing the company headquarters' accessibility from major areas like Roppongi and Shibuya via the Junior Keihin Tohoku Negishi line, a short 5-minute walk from the nearest station. It also lists travel times from other locations like Ginza, Roppongi, Shibuya, Jiugaoka, and Tamagawa and Mai. The text mentions welfare facilities in Inteto and Into Villa, offering relaxing spaces in nature, along with fitness clubs, swimming, and athletic facilities for refreshment. The housing described includes self-owned mansions with amenities like baths, toilets, and air conditioning, with reasonable rent and a welcoming family atmosphere. The next page continues the Koei advertisement, but this time it's focused on recruitment. They're looking for new talent to join their team and create good work in a great environment. They're advertising for several positions, including game designers, programmers, CG designers, system engineers, sound creators, and sales staff. They're seeking people aged 22 to 36. An experience in action or role-playing games is a plus for the game development roles. The workplace is in Yokohama, and they offer pretty standard working hours from 9:30 to 6:30. Koei emphasizes good compensation and benefits like annual salary increases, bonuses twice a year, full weekends off, and a generous 126 days of annual leave, plus other types of leave. They also boast complete social insurance, various allowances, an employee stock ownership plan, and retirement benefits, even company dorms, housing, and resort facilities in Izu. The ad also gives a company overview, stating Koei was established in July 1978, with Yoichi Arakawa as president. Their capital is around 8.4 billion yen, and they have 399 employees. Their business is in planning, developing, and selling software for Pleiskas and home consoles, plus books and scrids. They highlight their impressive sales revenue of 13.3 billion yen and ordinary profit of 3.5 billion yen. It really paints a picture of a successful and stable company to work for. This page showcases two games. Firstly, we have Kyo Flying Squadron 2, or Kyo Yugekitai Katsugekihen as it's known here, a side-scrolling action game starring Kyo-chan. The game is set in the Edo period, but with a fantastical twist, featuring stages like clockwork castles, haunted mansions, and aquariums across 19 areas. The advertisement highlights it as a comedy scroll action game with lots of adventure. It mentions that the voice acting will feature popular voice actors and animations are by Studio Pierrot. It's currently on sale for 5,800 yen. Secondly, the page features SEGA Bass Fishing, which is advertised as a home fishing experience. It emphasizes the realistic 3D polygon graphics for dynamic fishing action. The game boasts a full-fledged fishing simulation, with various lure types, tournament modes, and even tines to real fishing gear from Daiwa. This is also currently on sale, priced at 6,800 yen. This page is a promotional spread showcasing a giveaway and a game advertisement. The top section is for a campaign called the 1 Ryo 1000 Gold Grand Operation, featuring mascot characters like Ran Aka-chan, Kushiyako, Pochi, and Dr. Pon. They're giving away special prizes to lucky customers who purchased SEGA Saturn software during the campaign period. The prizes are quite interesting and tiered. Prize A is 40 autographed shikishi boards signed by voice actress Miho Kano. Prize B is 160 animation cells actually used in a game's movie scenes. Prize A's is 800 special edition videos, which include unused movie footage. And finally, Prize D offers 1,000 original Kyo Flying Squadron themed phone cards, referencing the game mentioned on the previous page. To enter, you had to purchase 500 yen increments of Saturn software, and there were multiple application deadlines throughout 1996, spanning from May to August. The bottom half of the page is an advert for the high-speed 3D helicopter shooting game, Thunderhawk 2. It's touted as a super experience battle game, emphasizing its 3D polygon graphics and diverse missions. The game lets you freely control your helicopter in all directions and engage in brainy battles using terrain and buildings. Set in 1999, during a fictional World War II scenario, you'll be part of a helicopter task force called Firestorm. It's currently on sale for 6,800 yen and is described as a shooting game. This page features a striking image of a 3D rendered woman's face looking intensely forward. Next to her, in a yellow box, is the tagline, "The invisible enemy is there." It definitely sets a suspenseful tone, hinting at a game where danger might be hidden or unseen. Given the visual style, this is likely a promotional page for a SEGA Saturn title from around the late 90s that plays on themes of mystery and perhaps psychological thriller elements, possibly an adventure or horror game. The next page showcases a full-page advertisement for Enemy Zero on the SEGA Saturn. The game's title is boldly displayed with a large red E0 logo, and beneath it, the title in both English and Japanese. It emphasizes that the game is selling on SEGA Saturn and is set to be released in autumn '96. We learn it's a substantial game, coming on 4 creeds and priced at 6,800 yen. The developer and publisher are credited as Warp Inc. The overall visual design, combined with the previous page's mention of an invisible enemy, strongly points towards Enemy Zero's core concept of unseen threats and suspenseful gameplay. The small WARP boxes on the right likely are a subtle nod to the developer's name. The glimpse of a figure at the bottom left might be a character or element from the game itself, hinting at the visual style and atmosphere of Enemy Zero. This page showcases a dynamic full-page advertisement for Guru, Mark of the Wolves, known in Japan as Fatal Fury 3, Road to the Final Victory, for the SEGA Saturn. The advert prominently features a large illustration of Terry Bogard, the iconic blonde fighter, wearing his signature red cap and jacket. The text highlights the game's upcoming release date of June 28th and a price of 6,800 yen. The tagline, "The strongest is one person," is boldly displayed, emphasizing the single-player focus, or perhaps the intensity of competition. We also get a glimpse of gameplay action through screenshots at the bottom, showing the fast-paced fighting the series is known for. The page is clearly designed to hype up the release of this highly anticipated fighting game on the SEGA Saturn. This page is a colorful advert for Konami's Tokimeki Memorial Puzzle Dama game, coming to both SEGA Saturn and PlayStation. It's advertised as a powered-up version of the arcade game, featuring the popular girls from the Tokimeki Memorial series. The text emphasizes it's a chain reaction puzzle game that will get your hands sweating, asking you to choose which girl you'll battle. The page is filled with images of the game, showing anime-style girls and lots of colorful smiley face balls, which are clearly key to the puzzle gameplay. It's scheduled for release in September, but the price is yet to be decided. It's presented as a fun and engaging puzzle game, starring the beloved characters from Tokimeki Memorial. This page is a vibrant advert for the SEGA Saturn RPG's Sword and Sorcery, part of the Riglord saga by Microcabin. It boasts about being the ultimate love legend RPG. The page highlights the game's story, which revolves around a group of adventurers, a wizard, and 4 companions, embarking on a quest starting with a meeting with Elgoat in the Pinakotheka Tower in the land of Rushin. It emphasizes the game's realistic stage presentation, using 3D polygon backgrounds and expressive character animation, aiming for high-quality visuals. Gameplay-wise, it focuses on 3D battle areas, where strategic combat unfolds in diorama-like battles using command selection. The advert also promotes the emotional story, with fully voiced event scenes, enhancing immersion. The page lists the cast of voice actors lending their talents to the game's characters, including Megumi Hayashibara, Takehito Koyasu, Yuko Miyamura, and others. There's also mention of an original opening animation being produced by Studio Ox, an Idol project. As a special pre-release offer, they are giving away opening animation cells to 300 lucky pre-order customers. The release date is announced as May 31st, Friday, with a standard price of 6,800 yen. This page is an advert for the SEGA Saturn game Metal Black, described as the famous shooting game that shooting fans have been waiting for. It highlights the game's theme of retaking peace and mentions a final weapon sealed away during a war. However, when a certain star dies, the seal is broken and the war begins again. The advert showcases the gameplay with screenshots, emphasizing features like powering up by collecting 3 types of neurons, red, blue, and yellow. It also mentions 6 stages, plus 2 bonus stages, with battles taking place from Earth to space. Boss battles with max lasers and bonus stages with 3D lock-on shooting are also featured, promising intense energy clashes and thrilling gameplay. The release date is listed as May 24th, with a price of 5,800 yen. The advert also includes small text at the bottom mentioning recruitment for game industry positions like programmers, designers, animators, and sales staff, indicating it's also a job posting section. This page showcases the Sega Saturn game FIDA Remake, subtitled The Emblem of Justice. It appears to be an advertisement highlighting the game's cast and some in-game elements. The page lists a cast of characters, alongside their voice actors. This includes names like Brian Stelbart, Dora Sestile, Task Prestoliet, Cobalt Axaraces, Koyume, Royce Hegmeyer, Bart Valtuex, Richard Valtuex, and Lucia Zealand Moir. There's also a section detailing Dragon-type units and Cargo Dragon-type troop carrier, possibly indicating different unit classes or vehicle types within the game. The bottom section of the page emphasizes the game's immersive world and the player's role in shaping a new history for Mildred and Galtzi, alongside the main character Brian Stelbart. It announces the release of FIDA Remake and lists the price as 6,300 yen. The illustration is credited to Tamaki Miyuki. The tagline at the top translates to, "Are you ready? Fly in!" likely referring to the game's world or character type. This page is dedicated to Langrisser 2i, showcasing it as a semi-real time simulation game. It's advertising new characters, 25 in total, all designed by the famous artist Satoshi Urushihara. We get a look at Daiharde from the character file section, voiced by Akira Kamiya. The page highlights several gameplay aspects, calling it a semi-real-time simulation. It mentions reading strategy as a key element, moving on from what they call combat-heavy to strategy-focused gameplay. They also boast about panorama tactics, with 3D panoramic battle scenes that offer a wide view, and flexible class changes that allow players to customize their characters as they level up. Finally, it points out Heroine Select, where players can choose their main heroine from Luna, Rafani, Sophia, and Tiaris. The advert wraps up by stating, the release date is set for July 12th, and the price is 6,200 yen. It's a pretty standard promo page focusing on the game's core features and appealing characters. This page is an advert for the ending theme song of the Virtual Fighter anime called Aien no Manaka Day, sung by Seiko Akina. It looks like a CD single release, and features characters from the game and anime Akira and Sarah. The track list includes the main song, another track called Kagayaki Nagara, and a karaoke version. It mentions a first-run special bonus, which is a Virtua Fighter character card. The CD was scheduled to be on sale from May 22nd and cost 1,000 yen. This page is an advertisement for Virtual Casino on the Sega Saturn, presented as the first authentic casino game for the system. It boasts realistic 3D polygon graphics and a dramatic storyline enhanced with CG movies. The game also supports two-player simultaneous gameplay. There's a prize campaign offering original Virtual Casino merchandise, like t-shirts and phone cards, for 1,100 lucky purchasers who enter a lottery by using a postcard included in the game packaging. The advert also mentions the game is currently on sale for 5,800 yen, excluding tax, and includes a call for game creators, specifically programmers and graphic designers, to apply to DAT Japan Inc. for developing games for Sega Saturn and other platforms. This page is an advertisement for Puzzle and Action, Sandal Boot. It's promoting the game as having a massive 27 different types of brand new games all in one place. It's being sold for 5,800 yen and boasts being a big hit currently on sale. The ad features cartoonish detective characters and screenshots showcasing some of the varied gameplay. It also highlights good reviews for another game called Metropolitan Story Part 1, implying this is part of the same series. There's a section detailing different fortune-telling mini-games you can play within, like Tarot, 9-Star Astrology, palm reading, and even name judgment, offering a variety of ways to have your virtual fortune told. Two animation and media schools, Multimedia Art Gakuen and Yoyogi Animation Gakuen, are advertising for their April 1997 intake. Multimedia Art Gakuen, the first officially recognized animation school in Japan, offers one-year courses in various animation and comic-related fields, with application packs available. Yogi Animation Gakuen highlights its public qualification opportunities and 24-hour medical support, with a dormitory option. They offer a wider range of courses including animation, CG, and music-related fields, and also provide scholarships. They are also promoting free application materials and trial enrollments. Both schools provide contact information. Additionally, Yoyogi Animation Gakuen is hosting free auditions for aspiring voice actors and talents with debut support. This page is an advertisement for the puzzle game Clockwork X, created under the supervision of Alexei Pajitnov, the creator of Tetris, making its debut in Japan. The ad highlights the game as a latest action puzzle game and mentions Clockwork's timing is destiny. It poses the question, can you escape from this strange maze world of over 50 stages? The page shows screenshots from the game and features cartoonish clockwork-themed characters. It also lists release dates for different platforms in June and July. June 28th for PlayStation, July 12th for Saturn, and July 26th for 3D. The standard retail price is listed as 5,800 yen, excluding tax. The bottom of the page contains copyright information and mentions Spectrum Holobyte as the registered trademark holder and Electronic Arts, ELORG, for Tetris copyright. It also includes contact details for the distributor, Tokuma Shuten Intermedia. This page is an advertisement showcasing the TOSC 881, a 2-meter extension cable designed specifically for the SEGA Saturn Virtuagun. It addresses the issue of players being forced to sit too close to the TV screen, which detracts from the enjoyment of light gun games. Tokyo Seiko, the company behind the product, highlights that this extension cable effectively doubles the fun by allowing players to stand further back. The ad emphasizes the cable's compatibility with all SEGA Saturn models, including HI Saturn and V Saturn consoles, and also states that it works for regular controllers too. Marketed as a brand new product, the TOSC 881 is available at major game retailers across the country. The bottom of the page provides contact details for Tokyo Seiko Company, Limited, including their phone number and address in Tokyo, along with their business hours. They are also recruiting sales agents and seeking product ideas for computer cables. This page is an advertisement for a hybrid clidrom called MPEG Special, aimed at game fans. It promises to showcase video content in MPEG format. This CD is compatible with Saturn consoles, Windows, and video CD players. The disc features a collection of content, including a high-quality still image of Super Mario 64, screenshots from Final Fantasy V2, demo movies for Enemy Zero and Nights into Dreams, and content related to Virtua Fighter, including a PC version, the latest game in the series, and even footage of the initial model. It also boasts a long interview focusing on Sega AM2's research. The Edge of Games section emphasizes the impressive software technology showcased, delves into the culture of Sega AM2 research and the speed of AM3 research, and includes an interview with Ino Kenji from Warp, along with information on Square Enix's leading-edge technology. This MPEG Special, Hybrid Kydrum, was scheduled for urgent release on May 31st, priced at 980 yen including tax. This page showcases Kingdom Grand Prix, or Shippu Maho Daisakusen Kingdom Grand Prix, which was released internationally as Kingdom Grand Prix. This is an arcade-style shooting game that's fully ported to the Sega Saturn. The advert highlights that there are 12 courses in total, each packed with unique and formidable boss characters that will block your path. The screenshots show classic shooting gameplay, with players controlling flying characters, battling enemies in vibrant magical worlds. It mentions magic items power up your character, and you should aim for the goal using rapid-fire shots and hyper boosts. The advert also points out that each character boasts diverse attacks and powerful bombs. You'll need to fight your way through the raging magical world of Shippu Jinrai. The bottom of the page details that original posters and premium goods are planned as presents and encourages readers to check in-store for details. The game is slated for release in June 1996 and is priced at 5,800 yen, excluding tax. This page showcases an advert for Nonomura Bayuin no Hitobito, or People of Nonomura Hospital. It looks like a re-release as the text says, "Thank you for waiting again. Please purchase at your nearest retailer." The image shows a group of anime-style characters, including some nurses and what looks like a doctor or older authority figure, all set against the backdrop of a hospital building. It seems like a visual novel or adventure game with a hospital theme. The advert encourages players to buy the game at their local retailers and includes the Sega Saturn logo. At the bottom, there are standard disclaimers about the game being fiction and that the images might differ from the final product, typical for game advertising. It also includes an age rating of 18 and over. This page is another part of the advert for Nonomura Baiuin no Hitobito, or People of Nonomura Hospitals. It reiterates that it's a re-release that's currently in stores due to popular demand and encourages you to purchase it. The ad showcases the same cast of anime characters, including nurses and an authority figure, against the backdrop of the hospital, really pushing the visual novel or adventure game hospital theme. It also lists the suggested retail price as 6,800 yen before tax, and mentions the developer ELF at the bottom with their company details and copyright. It's clearly aimed at SEGA Saturn owners, and continues to promote this mature-rated title from the previous page. This page continues the advertisement for People of Nomura Hospital, and proudly announces that it is now on sale. It highlights the game's features, mentioning newly drawn graphics, added voices, mini-games, and emphasizing it's a definitive collection of love scenes. It also points out the impressive volume of animation, boasting 1.5 times the animation of the previous PV, totaling 130 cuts. The advert mentions that character voices and theme songs are included, and displays several in-game screenshots showing the anime-style characters in various scenes, some of which are suggestive. It's clearly aimed at SEGA Saturn owners, and carries the 18+ age rating. This page advertises Super Real Mahjong PVI, announcing that it's now on sale, and listing the price at 8,800 yen, excluding tax. It features prominent anime artwork of a female character. The bottom of the page promotes Peas Club, and invites readers to join the official fan club for the Real Mahjong series. It mentions that by sending in an application postcard included with the product, you can join ELB's club for free and receive various items. The next page is an advertisement for Nightruth Explanation of the Paranormal, billing itself as a multi-cinema adventure game. The text hints at a story that blends truth and fiction, shining and darkness, promising to unlock mysteries by exploring these two contrasting elements. It also mentions it's slated for release in the summer of '96. This page promotes the making of Nightruth as a limited first-run edition of the adventure game Nightruth. It highlights that this special private disc is different from standard setting material collections and is specifically aimed at voice actor fans. It features content like the ending theme song sung by Rika Fukami, which differs from the retail version. This special disc also promises a queue and a corner featuring all 8 main voice actors, offering a glimpse into their personalities through interviews. Character introductions and original design materials are also included. There's an announcement of a Nightruth release commemoration event planned for 2 locations, Tokyo and Osaka, featuring mini-concerts, talk shows, and autograph sessions. The game is slated for release in June 1996, priced at 2,480 yen. We also see character art of the main cast, along with their voice actor names. The story itself is teased as beginning with the death of a girl, unfolding mysteries and unbelievable events within a school setting, inviting players to bravely open the door to an unknown world. This page is showcasing a bunch of perfect guides for SEGA Saturn games. First up, there's the Virtual On Operating Manual, which is presented as the official strategy guide for the popular 3D fighting game. They mention it covers everything from basic controls to advanced techniques, using lots of 3D illustrations to make it easy to understand for both newcomers and experienced players. It's packed with info about all the VRS or virtual robots in the game, and in-depth battle strategies. It's priced at 1,500 yen and slated for release in June. Then there's the Gungraphon Perfect Guide for the 3D shooting game Gungraphon, already out on SEGA Saturn. This guide promises to teach you everything about the game's mechanics, introduces the robots, and delves into the game world and lore. It's also designed to be easy to understand and help players fully grasp the world of Gungraphon. This one's already available and costs 980 yen. Finally, at the bottom, they're also highlighting perfect guides for Virtua Fighter 2, Guardian Heroes, and The Tower. These are all also available, priced at 1,100 yen, 880 yen, and 980 yen respectively. They are all published by SEGA Saturn Magazine editorial department and various publishing houses. It seems like these are all must-have guides for Saturn gamers who want to master these titles. This page highlights 2 art and design collections for SEGA Saturn games. First up, there's the Final Romance, the Masterpiece Collection. This book boasts art from all 14 beautiful girls from the R and 2 versions of Final Romance games. It includes a special pinup drawn by Sugiyama Gen and a bonus for the first edition. It's packed with high-quality animation stills, character designs, storyboards, and interviews with the developers, promising a deep dive into the world of Final Romance. It is a 4-size, 112 pages, and priced at 2,300 yen. It was scheduled for release in mid-June. Below that, there's an art book for the Mahjong Gensokyoku series. This is presented as the first official collection of original artwork and design materials for the series. It features a pinup illustrated by Seisho Shoujo and includes graphics from Mahjong Gensokyoku 2i, 2, and the original game. Expect to see character designs, interviews with the designers, and even comics drawn by Seisho Shoujo. This book is also a 4-size, 112 pages, and priced slightly lower at 2,200 yen. Both of these art collections are already available for purchase. This page showcases the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Destruction Derby. The page prominently features the Japanese word for collision or crash alongside the game's logo. It's highlighted as a crash race game, scheduled for release in August 1996, with the price still to be decided. The tagline in Japanese reads something like, "Next is Saturn Destruction," emphasizing the destructive nature of the game. The visual features crash test dummies inside a car amidst shattered glass, perfectly capturing the game's chaotic and destructive racing concept. This page promotes the game Wipeout, calling it an anti-gravity racing game. The big Japanese text at the top translates to pursuit or chase, and the tagline says, "Next, we will wipe out Saturn," suggesting this game is the next big hit or something that will dominate the Saturn console, following up from the previous page's featured game, Destruction Derby. It confirms the release date is scheduled for June 28, 1996, and the price will be 5,800 yen. The background image shows the futuristic racing environment from Wipeout. The small text at the bottom seems to be standard company information and recruitment details, so nothing particularly important for a game overview. This page is a contents page for SEGA Saturn Magazine Volume 9. The main headline feature on page 53 is all about Nights into Dreams. Announcing the release date is set for July 5th, with the tagline, "You can meet Knights on July 5th. The page features a large image of knights standing elegantly on a crescent moon against a starry night sky. Page 60 highlights special reports, including a diverse lineup of games. It mentions Fighting Vipers, Virtua Cop 2, Street Fighter Alpha 2, Enemy Zero, Langrisser 2i, and Greatest 996. Also listed are Lunar, Silver Star Story, Taro Maru, Policenauts, and Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story, alongside Tokimeki Memorial Puzzle Dama, Tokimeki Memorial, Forever With You, and Saturn Bomberman. Rounding out the games mentioned are Far East of Eden, The Apocalypse IV, Romance of the Three Kingdoms V, Mega Man X3, Fatal Fury 3, Road to the Final Victory, Sengoku Blade, and Decathlete. Plus there's an SNK special interview, and possibly something related to JSAT. Finally, page 133 features a comprehensive article titled, "We Interviewed Sega's 21 Departments," with the question, "With this, you too can join Sega," suggesting an in-depth look at various aspects of Sega and its operations. This SEGA Saturn page highlights recent and upcoming game releases. New release title features games like Stable Star and various pachinko/casino themed titles. Coming Soon Soft teases games like Legend of Eldine and Wizardry Vix and version 2. The Sega Saturn Soft Complete Guide previews titles such as Thor and Fida Remake, sections dedicated to Sega's development teams. Sega AM3 Research Rush focuses on Virtua Fighter 3. And Sega AM2 Research Express Neo seems to be about Gunblade NY. A game index provides quick references. Additional content includes a table of contents covering a wide range of articles, news, data, reviews, and features on various games and topics like strategy, sports games, and developer insights. Sonic is also featured on the page. This page is an advertisement for the action puzzle game Kururin Pa. It's presented as a new style Kururin Pa and highlights the game's release on PlayStation on July 26th, Friday, and Sega Saturn in August. The advert emphasizes that the simple fun of the original is still there, but with added depth and new features promising 200% more excitement. They mention Chaos Mode, new items, and deeper gameplay, making it enjoyable for everyone from beginners to hardcore game maniacs. The ad also mentions cute and exhilarating character control. Visually, the page features two prominent characters, a sad, white round character with panda-like markings, and a tear, contrasting with an angry black bomb character with a lit fuse. So the title, Kururin Pa, screenshots from the game are shown, illustrating the puzzle gameplay. The page also features logos for SEGA Saturn and PlayStation, reinforcing the multi-platform release. The bottom text mentions it's a comical shooting game home run park, and also includes website addresses for more information. The next page announces the Tokyo Toy Show happening on June 8th and 9th, highlighting it as a place to see the latest SEGA Saturn games. Apparently, 35,000 items from various manufacturers will be exhibited. SEGA is set to showcase upcoming Saturn titles and playable demos, including Nights into Dreams, Fighting Vipers, and Virtua Cop 2. They're also hinting at unannounced titles exclusive to the show. The page mentions that popular figure models and toy corners will also be present. There's a section featuring Yuko Sakaki, an idol who seems to be associated with SEGA Saturn. She's releasing her first video single, Angel Paradise, and will be at autograph sessions and handshake events, offering fans a chance to meet her. The page also talks about special presents at each booth at the toy show, mentioning original goods that might only be available there. Specifically, NEC Interchannel booth will be giving out original poster bags featuring illustrations from Doomsday If and Doomsday S posters. Finally, there's a piece about the game Nights into Dreams, promoting its upcoming release with a large video screen display in Shinjuku, Tokyo. The Sonic Team title was shown on the big screen in front of Shinjuku Station, causing quite a stir and attracting crowds. Apparently, it was very effective in grabbing people's attention and building hype for the game. The page reports on various entertainment news. The Virtua Fighter anime is starting its second season, jumping ahead 3 years with the original voice actors returning. The first season's video release is coming, with a chance to win a Kira telecard. An Angel Lips release event for a mahjong game was held, offering costume pieces as prizes, or clothing removal for losers. A Tokimeki Memorial Special Edition for Saturn is highlighted for its extra content and discounted price. A cosplay mahjong audition was held to select finalists for Fresh Idol Grand Assembly Summer Memory Mahjong Hen, a strip mahjong game. 2 music CD releases are also announced. Lastly, SEGA is bringing its arcade hits to PC, including Virtua Fighter PC, requiring only a Pentium 90 MHz, Sonic CD, Virtua Cop, and Daytona USA, with related Sonic-themed PC games and screensavers also in development. The SEGA Saturn software sales chart sees Yayana Mura no Hitobito leading, followed by Victory Goal 96, and the new entry, Idol Junshi Suchi Pai 2, Dragon Force, and the King of Fighters 95 also rank high. Other titles include Panzer Dragoon Zwei, Kyara Kyara Vanilla Fie, Thor, Seirei o Yukiki, Virtua Fighter 2, and 3x3 Eyes, Kyuki Kusei S. The reviewer notes the dominance of certain game types. In the arcade scene, Virtua Fighter 2 is at the top, followed by Denjin Makai, Fighting Vipers, Tekken 2, and Street Fighter Alpha 2. The upcoming Fighting Vipers National Tournament is a highlight. SEGA is the maker of the first 3 arcade titles listed, while Namco made Tekken 2 and Capcom made Street Fighter Alpha 2. This page showcases 2 popular polls from SEGA Saturn magazine. The first poll, SEGA Saturn Want to Convert Top 20, lists games fans desire to see ported to the SEGA Saturn. Topping this chart is Final Fantasy, followed by Dragon Quest, and then the Dragon Knight series. Other notable games in the top 10 include the Tekken series, Slayers, Biohazard, Resident Evil, and Sonic the Hedgehog. The page highlights the upcoming releases of Virtua Cop 2 and Sonic the Fighters with screenshots, celebrating their anticipated arrival on the Saturn. The second poll, SEGA Saturn Hopeful New Soft Top 15, reveals the most eagerly awaited new games for the SEGA Saturn. At number 1 is Cyber Troopers Virtualon, followed by Street Fighter 02 and Fighting Vipers. Other highly anticipated titles include Sakura Wars, Enemy Zero, Virtua Fighter Kids, and Knights. Screenshots for Cyber Troopers Virtualon and Street Fighter 02 are also featured, demonstrating the excitement for these upcoming releases. The article discusses the popularity of Sega Saturn's game lineup and mentions that the magazine will continue to cover these anticipated titles, especially in the lead-up to the next toy show. This page showcases the readers' poll results from SEGA Saturn Magazine, ranking popular games. The top section, Oz Table Saturn A, presents a chart of voted games. At the top are titles like Panzer Dragoons Y, Sega Rally Championship, Virtua Cop, Virtua Fighter, and Nights into Dreams, showing the strong library of the Saturn. Moving on to new game introductions, we have previews for several upcoming titles. First is People of Nogami Village, an adventure game praised for its scenario and story, achieving a high reader average score of 9.13 and a reviewer score of 7.66. Next is Thor Spirit King Chronicle, an RPG lauded for its graphics, action, and sound, scoring a 9.12 reader average and 8.0 reviewer score. Following this is Mizukoshi Performance Style Wind and Clouds Reappear, an action game that seems to focus on strategic combat and combo systems, earning an 8.45 reader average and 6.66 reviewer score. Lastly, Gradius Deluxe Pack is previewed, highlighting its complete arcade conversion quality, and receives an 8.49 reader average and 7.66 reviewer score. These introductions give readers a glimpse into the variety of games coming to the Saturn, spanning adventure, RPG, action, and shooting genres. This page continues the Sega Saturn Magazine Readers Poll with Oz Table B, showing the rankings of more games. Titles like Lupin III, The Master File, Mobile Suit Gundam, and F1 Live information are listed, showcasing a variety of genres being popular with readers. Moving on to new game introductions, we see reviews for several titles. Second Dose Cervelle, a puzzle game, gets a high reader score, praising it as enjoyable despite simple controls noted by the reviewer. Angelique Special, a dating sim, scores well and is highlighted for its appeal to female players, enjoying its story and characters. 3x3 Eyes, an adventure game based on the manga, earns good scores, with its anime-style visuals and story being key points. Lupin III, The Master File, categorized as a database or adventure game, receives mixed scores, praised for its visuals and some story elements, but with noted flaws. Games with lower reviewer scores are also highlighted, like Seven Treasures, an adventure game criticized for system and direction issues despite a focus on story. The Horde, a strategy game, receives mixed reactions, with fun gameplay balanced against criticisms of controls and visuals. Lastly, Gulliver Boy, an RPG, receives low scores, deemed weak in graphics, scenario, and overall system. The bottom commentary reflects on the poll's trends, noting the dynamic nature of the rankings, with some games like Linkle Special significantly increasing in popularity. It emphasizes the value of reader feedback in understanding game preferences. This page presents game reviews and reader poll rankings. The new arrival single item review section reviews several puzzle games. My Best Friends is praised for its enjoyable, accessible gameplay despite dated graphics. Suggestion Resolution 2 earns praise for its engaging gameplay and visuals. Daro is lauded as simple yet addictive, while Roadrunner Legend Returns offers fun characters and gameplay, though some find it generic. The Oz Table Saturn C provides reader-ranked game data, highlighting popular titles like Suggestion Resolution 2 and Angelique Special. Commentary emphasizes the dynamic nature of the rankings, reflecting current reader preferences. Finally, the new important noteworthy introduction section includes an adventure game, Kyanchan Bunny Purimie Mieru, which receives positive feedback for its story and characters. Gameware Volume 1, a general entertainment software package, is recommended for its extensive content and versatile applications in image processing and sound editing. This page continues the reader race information and game reviews. At the top, there's discussion on reader predictions for upcoming games, focusing on Super Real Mahjong P2 and including reader comments and expected scores. Moving down, there are mini reviews with reader opinions and scores for Devil Summoner, Soul Hackers, Donpachi, and Barchar Photo Studio. Readers seem to appreciate Devil Summoners, Soul Hackers for its high-level mode and beautiful visuals. Donpachi is noted for its frantic shooting action but has some graphical issues. Barchar Photo Studio is considered a fun tool for creating shutter effects. On the right side, there's a ranking of SEGA Saturn peripherals based on reader polls, listing popular items like the Real Arcade VF, various SEGA Saturn pads, fighting sticks, and controllers. The page highlights that these rankings reflect the reader's current preferences for peripherals. Finally, at the bottom, there's a recruitment section, encouraging readers to participate in polls and game prediction contests for a chance to win prizes like power memory, wireless controllers, or joysticks. 3 prize options are shown at the bottom to entice reader participation. This page is a special report from Sonic Team announcing the release date for Nights into Dreams. As July 5th, with the game being 70% complete, it emphasizes that all details about the game are being revealed. The page highlights Nights as an action game priced at 5,800 yen and compatible with the SEGA multi-controller, which is also known as the 3D pad internationally. It teases a nightmare character, possibly the villain Wiseman, and the phrase suggests confronting this entity. The article details the game's systems, the newly revealed analog pad secrets, and mentions that the sound in Nights is also a key feature to look out for. The bottom right features Yuji Naka holding the new 3D controller, implying his direct involvement and endorsement of the controller and game. The text suggests that the game is designed to fully utilize the new analog control for a unique 3D experience. Nights into Dreams takes place in Night's world, focusing on Nightopia, a dream world within everyone. Players, as Elliot and Clarice, enter dreams to confront nightmares with Nights. Nightopia, built from the dreamer's subconscious, is threatened by Wiseman's nightmare. Elliot and Clarice, using Courageous Idea, must rescue Nightopia by freeing Nights and recovering Stolen Idea. Gameplay involves flying with Nights, defeating enemies, and combining powers to retrieve the 4 stolen idea. Players choose to play as either Elliot or Clarice, experiencing unique dream worlds reflecting their personal struggles. Elliot's dreams focus on independence and self-discovery, while Clarisse's dreams explore love and emotional understanding. 3 distinct dream stages are showcased: Spring Valley, Mystic Forest, and Frozen Bell. A Sonic Team interview reveals the game's July 5th release date, with development nearing completion, despite a tight schedule following Golden Week. Key Sonic Team members include Takashi Iizuka, Kazuyuki Hoshino, and Yuji Naka. Nights into Dreams centers around flying high, where players control Nights to collect blue chips, recover stolen idea, and explore the dream world. The gameplay involves navigating courses, destroying idea capture objects to unlock new routes. Collecting all 4 idea opens the Nightmare World, where players battle powerful nightmare and enemies and gigantic bosses. The article also reports on the game's nearing completion, at approximately 70% finished. Developers are pleased with the game's progress, emphasizing the freedom, exploration, and enjoyment, especially with the flying mechanics. They plan to showcase a near-final version with playable demos at an upcoming toy show in June, anticipating a high level of player engagement until the end. The developers are still refining aspects like the Alive system. This article explores the sound design of Nights into Dreams, highlighting the work of the Nights sound team, led by Yukifumi Makino, Naoto Hatani, and Akiko Sasaki. The team aimed for a dynamic musical experience, inspired by orchestral music, to match the evolving gameplay. The core concept was to create thematic music, exemplified by the main theme, Dreams, Dreams, recorded in New York, with real musicians. The Alive system ensured that the background music adapted to the game's action, enhancing immersion. Sound effects were designed for realism within the dream world. The article also mentions the game's support for Q-Sound and promotes the Dreams CD single by Talking Moon, featuring Makino and Sasaki, emphasizing how the sound elevates the Nights experience. This page introduces the SEGA multi-controller for the SEGA Saturn, developed by Sonic Team for the game Nights into Dreams. It's described as a next-generation controller designed to enhance gameplay, particularly for Nights. The page features an interview with a developer who discusses the controller's creation. The key features highlighted are the analog stick, referred to as the direction key, and the LR buttons. The developer explains the design choices, emphasizing that it's shaped to be comfortable and easy to use, even for children. They mention that the placement and sensitivity of the analog stick were carefully considered. The article details the controller's features, including the analog pad, directional buttons, 6 face buttons, ABCXYZ, start button, and LR trigger buttons. It points out the analog and digital switch for different game types. It also mentions the ability to connect peripherals through an expansion port. The developer mentions that the controller is designed to be a standard for future Sega consoles and emphasizes its comfortable feel during gameplay, mentioning tests and feedback. The price is listed at 3,800 yen, suggesting it's a reasonably priced and worthwhile purchase to fully enjoy Nights. The final section of the page encourages players to use this controller to experience the floating sensation and intuitive controls of Nights into Dreams. This page continues to delve into the action of Nights into Dreams, emphasizing the intuitive controls made possible by the analog stick, which is described as feeling natural for flight. The page highlights how using the directional pad and just one button allows for simple yet deep gameplay, far beyond typical Sonic games. It mentions that the analog pad enables free flight in the air, perfectly capturing the sensation of flying and floating. The article points out that the viewpoint can suddenly change during gameplay, offering varied perspectives and unique gameplay experiences within each stage, referred to as layers. These viewpoint shifts are presented as part of the core game design and add to the dynamic action. The page also touches upon transformations, where Nights can change form, impacting gameplay and offering different abilities. It reiterates the focus on intuitive control and enjoyable gameplay, aiming for a smooth and satisfying experience. The reviewer expresses great enthusiasm for the game, highlighting the smooth controls and the immersive feeling of playing Nights, especially when using the Sega multi-controller discussed on the previous page. They conclude by stating that everything in the game, from defeating enemies to collecting items, contributes to the exhilarating feeling of flight. This page dives deeper into the action mechanics of Nights into Dreams, focusing on dash actions and loop actions. The dash action is described as a linear, speed-filled movement initiated by pressing a button, letting Nights dash in any direction. This dash comes in two main forms: drill dash and touch dash. Drill dash involves spinning like a drill to break through obstacles and enemies, a powerful offensive move. Touch dash uses objects to gain momentum and propel Nights forward with a dash, as illustrated with Nights using a snowman. Moving on to loop actions, these are presented as contrasting with dash actions and utilize Nights' flight path to create loops. The game features paraloop and touch loop. Paraloop is executed by drawing a circle in the air to create a loop and collect items, like chips, within it. Touch loop seems to be a variation, perhaps easier to perform using the analog pad. There's also a mention of a Nights TV commercial starting to air in late May, urging viewers to watch it. Finally, a small panel shows the development team discussing the game, highlighting the long development time, the focus on intuitive controls, and a great feeling of gameplay. They invite readers to check the game out at a toy show, mentioning a Sega event on April 30th. The page teases that the next issue will delve into 3 dream secrets of Nights. This page is a special report about fighting vipers on the Sega Saturn, a game developed by AM2R&D Department No. 2, the same team behind Virtua Fighter. The article is titled Fighting Vipers de Rousseau, Saturn version Scoop Catch, indicating it's a scoop about the Saturn port. The game is currently 30% complete and scheduled for release in '96. The article dives into details about what to expect from this home console version. They're interviewing the development team leader, Mr. Ketaoka, asking about key points like new demos, new BGM, and original modes. Regarding demos, they confirm that the Saturn version will include demo footage similar to the arcade version, featuring characters like Honey in a stage reminiscent of a dressing room or fashion show. New BGM is also confirmed, with the team wanting to maintain the slightly different and cool vibe of the arcade music, but also explore Saturn-specific arrangements and sounds. Finally, the Saturn version will feature original modes and hidden techniques. They are still deciding on the specifics, but they are considering modes like practice mode and tournament mode, and are open to ideas for additional content. The page includes screenshots from the game, showcasing in-game action and menu screens. It also features character artwork of the main fighters like Grace, Raxel, and Honey. The overall tone is very enthusiastic and anticipatory about the Saturn release of Fighting Vipers, highlighting the expected enhancements and additions for the home console. The interview focuses on the SEGA Saturn port of Fighting Vipers. Despite hardware limitations, the team emphasizes stage design, gameplay balance, and added story elements to create a polished experience, and are highly motivated. Check sections reveal key features. Honey's skirt can be removed after a 100-hit combo. Hidden characters, potentially including Marler, are being considered, possibly with easier access and costume swaps. A 1.1 version is hinted at, possibly adding new moves based on player feedback. The page also features screenshots, including character select icons like Sonic and Pepsi Man, and in-game action shots. This page screams excitement for the SEGA Saturn version of Virtua Cop 2. It's clearly a hot topic, as it's being touted as a special report, straight from SEGA AMR&D Department No. 2. They're calling it a world premiere, and boasting about being 10% complete at this early stage. Key details are highlighted, like it being a SEGA title, release, and price to be determined, supporting gun-shooting controllers, and being compatible with the Virtua gun. They're making a big deal about having 3 people now, suggesting a new playable character might be in the Saturn version, which is pretty cool. It seems like both Virtua Cop 2 and Fighting Vipers, which was discussed on the previous page, were featured at a toy show, drawing lots of attention. The article hints at impressive speed and stage variety compared to the original, likely arcade version, and that the gameplay feels exhilarating. They are also excited about branching stage routes, and highlight Janet as a new playable character in Virtua Cop 2, expanding the roster to 3. Overall, the page builds hype for the Saturn port, emphasizing enhancements and additions beyond just a straight arcade conversion. The Saturn version of Virtua Cop 2 is slated for a 1996 release, with development in full swing. Using upgraded SGL development tools, AM2 is confident in meeting the release window. Side-by-side comparisons show the Saturn version closely matching the arcade's image quality, including faithful recreations of enemy models and smooth animations. Stage 3 presents the biggest challenge, particularly the large-scale underground car chase scene. While stages 1 and 2 have been ported, the team is uncertain if they can perfectly replicate Stage 3, potentially making it unique to the Saturn version. They plan to port the stages sequentially and are currently revisiting Stage 1 before moving on to Stages 2 and 3. AM2's Virtua Cop 2 for Saturn aims for a faithful port of the arcade experience. While core gameplay and stages will be identical, the developers are considering slight music arrangements. Character-specific abilities are a possibility, but not confirmed. The Saturn version promises improved CG movie quality compared to the first game. Secret techniques and extra modes, including a training mode, are planned. The game will support mouse controls, and new light gun peripherals are being considered. A playable demo is expected at a June toy show. AM2 is focused on delivering a high-quality experience and encourages player feedback, offering a prize giveaway for fans. This page is all about Street Fighter 02, announcing its release is planned for this summer. It's a special report focusing on the new Original Combo System, or OC for short. The page is pretty hyped about it, saying you can now pull off killer combos with special moves. They're showing off different combo types, like combos starting from a neutral position, using special moves as combo finishers, even combos that work in the air and mid-level hits. Apparently you can trigger these original combos by hitting buttons at the same time, and they can lead into super combos and other advanced moves. The article emphasizes how versatile these OCS are, showing examples of using them for aerial attacks, counterattacks, and even to break through an opponent's guard. It looks like they're really pushing this new combo system as a key feature of Street Fighter 02. This page is a special interview with Kenji Ino, focusing on Enemy Zero, which he calls a normally evolved Namco game or something like that. It's looking at the Saturn development status and what's happening around Warp. Apparently during Golden Week, the interviewer was in America and asked about sales of D, Ino's previous game, which was also on Saturn. They discussed the PC version not selling as well in Japan compared to Europe, and how Sega's brand image is declining after the Mega Drive era. Ino mentions that Sega people are busy with Saturn development, and even jokes about them being like Sega insects. There's also a section about polygon numbers magic and hardware limits. Ino talks about polygon counts and how the PlayStation and Saturn handle them differently. He explains that the PS processes polygons in hardware, but the Saturn needs to divide polygons due to hardware limitations. He mentions that Saturn uses 4 polygons where PS might use 1, And ideally, they'd like to use software processing with M2 to get more polygons and speed. The page highlights Enemy Zero as a walk-through action part game, and the interview is about understanding how to fight the invisible enemies in the game. It's described as a real-time polygon part of Enemy Zero. Release details are given. It's from Warp, planned for autumn release, costing 6,800 yen, and it's described as an interactive movie on 4 discs. The game is currently 55% complete, according to a special report. The next page delves into the core gameplay of Enemy Zero, focusing on what's called the EO real-time polygon part and the Vision Positioning System, or VPS. This game is all about invisible enemies, and this page explains how you're supposed to fight them by listening. It seems Enemy Zero really takes the concept of invisible enemies seriously. You can't see them, but you can hear them.
The VPS uses sound to tell you where the enemy is. When an enemy is in front of you, you'll hear a high-pitched sound, behind you a low-pitched sound, and to the sides a medium-pitched sound. The closer the enemy, the faster the sound interval becomes, so sound becomes your eyes in this game. There are diagrams that show how this works visually, with musical notes representing sound direction and distance within a maze environment. It's all about using sound to figure out the enemy's position and movement. The reviewer highlights that this sound-based system is key to grasping the enemy's location and fighting them in this polygon world. It sounds like Kenji Eno is really pushing the boundaries of tension and fear by making the core gameplay reliant on your hearing to survive against unseen threats. This page is a special report all about Langrisser 2i. Despite the logo saying Angrisser 2, it's definitely showcasing the upcoming Langrisser 2i game. The headline shouts about newly revealed screenshots showing off the beautiful graphics. They're diving into Scenario 2 of the story, giving a preview of both the plot and visuals. The text explains the story kicks off with the Kirigrarian Imperial Army attacking the floating city of Larkus, Kingdom of Carcacus. The main character, Diehard, is in this floating city when the attack happens, led by General Altemuller. Diehard manages to escape to the city of Rafal, but even there, the enemy is closing in. However, what Diehard witnesses isn't just the Fragarian Empire army, but also the Beryl Kingdom army, who are supposed to be allies, which causes confusion. The screenshots show in-game battles and character close-ups, typical of the Langrisser series strategy gameplay. We see mentions of different units like fighters, and strategic elements like terrain advantages and formations. The page mentions it's a simulation RPG and is scheduled for release on July 12th, with a standard edition price of 5,800 yen and a special SP package for 6,200 yen. The reviewer seems excited to show off these new details and beautiful graphics of Langrisser 2i. This page continues showcasing Langrisser with an introduction to characters from Langrisser 2i. It highlights the opening animation cells and new characters joining the series. It mentions the animation is highly anticipated, praising the beautiful artwork and the fact that this is the first animated opening for the Langrisser series. They mention the character designer Satoshi Urushihara is involved, and the animation production is taking 3 times the usual effort and time, featuring a cast of popular voice actors. The page then introduces several characters, Dehalt, Luna, Free, and Sophia as newly arrived characters. Debehalt is described looking into the distance at night, Luna is described as trusting Debehalt's decision, Free seems melancholic in a scene, and Sophia is shown in a windy scene. Artemuller is also featured, described with a cold look. The next section spotlights Urushihara characters who are returning. It features Pierre, described as a moodmaker, Farina as Artemuller's adjutant and a magic swordsman, and Ruin, who is a prince and Raymond's younger brother, described as a somewhat childish young man with striking eyes. Finally, Raifu is introduced as Raymond's son, a master swordsman using a 2-sword style, with a unique fighting style. The bottom right corner shows a grid of character portraits, and mentions, "This is how it looks on screen," suggesting these are in-game character portraits. This page talks about the SEGA Saturn baseball game Greatest 996, which is described as returning with updated data. It's mentioned that the game is improved in terms of realism and gameplay. The page highlights that all 11 franchise stadiums are realistically recreated in the game,
including details like the retractable roof of Fukuoka Dome and the atmosphere of stadiums such as Korakuen and Jingu. The game boasts the latest player data and aims for realism in batting styles, even imitating the batting forms of famous players like Ichiro. It also features real-time commentary by popular announcer Matsushita Konosuke, aiming for immersive match experiences. Lastly, the page mentions a gorgeous opening movie that recreates scenes from the 1995 Japan series between the Yakult Swallows and Oryx Blue Wave, promising an exciting start to the game. This page continues showcasing the baseball game, expanding on team customization and season play. The team edit mode is significantly enhanced, letting you create your dream team and original players. A new keyword system simplifies player creation by using keywords to define their skills, like curveball master or control pitcher. The game's presentation is now gorgeous, boasting play-by-play commentary and dynamic home run replays for added excitement. You can also choose from various camera angles during the game. The pennant race mode is also more in-depth, now featuring player development and bench management. You'll need to manage your 24-man bench and consider player form. Even rain delays are included for added realism, making this baseball game appear very deep and customizable. This page focuses on the exciting upcoming SEGA Saturn release of Lunar Silver Star Story. It's hyped as more than just a simple port. It's a powered-up version of the original, completely remade for the Saturn. They are emphasizing that it's not just a Mega CD game anymore. The scenario is massively expanded, dungeon maps are redone, and visual scenes have been enhanced, apparently adding around 40 minutes of visual scenes alone. The article highlights the key staff involved, mentioning the scenario writer from Silent Mobius, and character design and direction by someone from Giant Robo, ensuring top quality for this ultimate lunar team project from Game Arts. They are really pushing this as the RPG to play this summer. We get introduced to the main character, Alex Aresu, described as an innocent young man yearning to be like the Dragon Master Dine. He's voiced by Mr. Tetsu Inada. There are screenshots of Alex, one showing him playing a harmonica, and another of him as the adventure-traveling protagonists, longing to be a Dragon Master. Then there's Luna, Alex's childhood friend, who's of course the heroine. Voiced by Ms. Yuri Amano. Quote, "She was found abandoned as a baby and raised by Alex's parents." The text says she's a bit older sister-like in front of Alex, even though she likes him. We see pictures of Luna in her signature outfit, and a smaller image of her in a forest scene. This page unveils the main characters for the upcoming SEGA Saturn release, Lunar Silver Star Story. First up is Nash, a slightly flamboyant magic apprentice voiced by Daisuke Sakaguchi. He's portrayed as a bit of a show-off but talented in magic. Next is Mia, daughter of Ramiria, one of the legendary 4 heroes. Voiced by Yuko Asada, she is set to become the next head of the Magic Guild, and is a genius when it comes to magic. Then there's Jessica, a tomboyish girl aiming to become a priestess, voiced by Haruna Ikezawa. She was raised in the free city of Maribia, as the granddaughter of Mayor Mel, and seems quite headstrong. Following Jessica is Kyle, a self-confident, womanizing bandit from Nanza Mountain, voiced by Tomokazu Seki. He's described as popular with women, but not so much with his childhood friend Jessica, whom he often bickers with. Lastly, we have Null, a mysterious creature, and a flying cat, raised alongside Alex, voiced by Kumiko Hagimori. He is described as being like a mascot character in the game. The page includes screenshots of these characters and in-game scenes, giving us a peek into their roles and the game's world. This page delves into the world map of Lunar Silver Star Story, showcasing the geography of Lunar and highlighting key locations within the game. We see a hand-drawn style world map marked with numbers, each corresponding to a location described below. The first location is Berg Village, the hero Alex and Luna's hometown, situated in a relatively barren area surrounded by mountains. It's described as a somewhat lonely place, but rich in nature, relying on mountain resources and farming. Notably, it's also the birthplace of Dragon Master Dine, a figure revered by the villagers. Next up is Dine's tomb, the resting place of the legendary Dragon Master Dine. This location is presented as a small hill overlooking Berg Village, signifying Dine's importance to the village and its people. Finally, we have Berg Spring, located east of Berg Village. This is depicted as a sacred place for villagers and currently a training ground for Alex and Luna as the goddess festival approaches. It's mentioned that Luna's beautiful singing voice often echoes through this spring. The page uses screenshots to visually represent each of these locations, giving players a glimpse into the game's environments and atmosphere. It's essentially setting the stage and introducing players to the starting area and some of the lore surrounding Lunar Silver Star Story. This section of the Lunar Silver Star Story walkthrough covers the journey from Berg Village to Port Town Says. Players begin by venturing north to the White Dragon Cave, the first dungeon, redesigned for this version and demanding careful resource management. Inside, they seek the White Dragon and a diamond, hinted to be more significant than it appears. Next, players must navigate the Wizard's Forest to obtain the sea chart, crucial for sailing. This requires trading with a witch. Following that, they'll traverse Goat's Forest, initially shrouded in fog, to reach Maribia, where they'll sell the diamond. Finally, they arrive at Port Town Says, a port town similar to Berg Village. Here, they discover the need for the sea chart from the Wizard's Forest to set sail, highlighting its importance to progress. The Saturn version of Lunar Silver Star Story features significant combat system improvements. Battle screens are redesigned for clarity, using icon-based commands and character portraits. The core concept is manual operation battles, emphasizing strategic input, especially against tougher foes. The interface clearly displays commands like attack, magic, defense, and item, alongside monster names and numbers. Developer Mr. Ando explains that the Saturn version's combat system was completely reworked, taking 4 years to develop. A key change is the ability to see enemies beforehand, enabling players to avoid battles. Encounters are now a two-stage process, spotting the monster and then initiating battle upon entering its combat area, with a seamless transition to the battle screen. Mr. Ando hopes these changes enhance the gameplay experience. This page talks about the unique boss battles and magic attacks in Lunar Silver Star Story on the SEGA Saturn, building upon the combat system improvements we just discussed. It shines a spotlight on two bosses: Zaynute, a slime boss whose outer layer changes during the fight, and Grand Dome, a striking one-eyed monster with laser beam attacks. Despite its look, Zayngrant is said to be quite strong. Grand Dome's eye beam hits characters in a line, making healing magic crucial. The magic attacks section demonstrates a powerful spell in 3 stages, showing how it looks visually on screen during battle. Then there's a section called What Has Evolved, which gets into the improvements from the Mega CD version, Lunar, the Silver Star, to this Saturn version. Dungeon layouts are now more expansive, offering more strategic map designs. Developer Mr. Kamiya explains that dungeons are not just simple corridors, but are more thoughtfully designed maps. He also points out that the number of monster types has significantly increased, aiming for 130 or more different enemies, a big jump from the Mega CD game. They've also improved character animations, all with the goal of making battles and dungeons more engaging and enjoyable. Basically, this page highlights the enhanced boss fights, impressive magic visuals, and more strategic dungeon design in the Saturn version of Lunar Silver Star Story. This page unveils a special report on Psychic Killer Teromaru, an original psychic action game coming to the SEGA Saturn from Time Warner Interactive. It's marked as 50% complete and aiming for a 96 release. The headline boasts, "A handsome man dances in the Edo night sky," setting the scene for this action title. The article details it as a side-scrolling psychic action game set in Edo-era Japan, emphasizing original elements. Players take on the role of Teromaru, the protagonist, and can team up for 2-player co-op. Gameplay involves psychic powers combined with punch and kick attacks. There are screenshots showcasing the in-game visuals and action. The page also features an interview with the game's developer, Mr. Nomoto Kenichi, who discusses the goal of surprising users with the graphics and making a really enjoyable game. He mentions that the graphics were around 5060% finished, and the gameplay was being designed to flow smoothly, with the story unfolding as you play through the stages. Mr. Nomoto emphasizes their focus on delivering a visually impressive and fun action experience. The special report on Psychic Killer Teromaru details a psychic action game set in Edo-era Japan. Players, as Teromaru and Enkai, a monk with psychic skills, investigate a woman's disappearance. Enemies include the weak Jinin and mid-boss Roro. Gameplay involves side-scrolling action across various environments, including boss battles. Developer Mr. Nomoto designed dynamic combat, including a lock-on system to ensure accessibility.
Enemy design emphasizes variety. The game's aesthetic draws heavily from Japanese culture, with sounds of drums and flutes. Mr. Nemoto highlights pushing the Sega Saturn's hardware through polygon backgrounds and 2D character animations. Bosses will transform during fights. The team aims to deliver a visually stunning and fun action experience, striving for a high-quality title.
This page is a special report on Policenauts, highlighting it as a Konami interactive cinema title. It's coming to the Sega Saturn as a complete edition across 3 quadroms and is compatible with the Virtua Gun. The article describes it as an interactive cinema adventure game. It mentions that Policenauts was originally on PC in '94 and is now being ported to Saturn, praising its high production values.
The developer is also mentioned as Mr. Kojima, who also worked on Snatcher.
The Saturn version is emphasized as being the definitive edition, with added content and refinements, aiming to be a complete package created with passion by the original staff. Visually, the page showcases character art and in-game scenes featuring a diverse cast and cinematic presentation. This page delves into the Sega Saturn version of Policenauts, presenting it as the ultimate complete edition. It starts by setting the scene in 2040, triggered by events in 2010 when the first space colony was established, marking the dawn of the space colony era. We're introduced to Jonathan Ingram, a Los Angeles policenaut who, due to a space accident, was cryogenically frozen and rescued 25 years later. The page visually narrates the story through numbered images hinting at key plot points, from space colony environments and tense situations to character close-ups and dramatic scenes on Earth. It emphasizes that this Saturn release is the definitive version, packed with extras. Notably, it includes a private collection mode within the game, offering in-depth explanations of terminology and game concepts. There's also a dedicated trainer mode for practicing shooting sequences, making use of the Saturn's Virtua Gun compatibility, even allowing for 2-player action. The article highlights tool motion animation as a key feature, boasting high-quality, smooth, 24-frame animation for richer anime-style visuals. The Saturn version takes advantage of the console's capabilities to include new scenes and enhance the animation, aiming to be a truly complete edition with added content, refined motion, and improved cinematic sequences. New scenes and visual upgrades are showcased in the screenshots at the bottom right of the page, further emphasizing the enhanced experience of the Saturn version. The next page is showcasing a new Gundam game for the Sega Saturn, part of what's called the Mobile Suit Gundam Gaiden series, or Side Story series. It's being developed by Bandai and is described as a dramatic shooting game. The article emphasizes that while TV anime Gundam series continue to be popular, this game focuses on the one-year war from the original first Gundam anime, but from a new perspective, a side story. This Saturn Gundam game is moving into 3D shooting, contrasting with previous side-scrolling action titles on the platform. They highlight the user demand for a 3D shooting Gundam game. The acronym OGS is explained as Original Game Story, meaning players can enjoy a completely original scenario set within the early Gundam timeline. Bandai positions OGS as a new type of media, following TV anime and OVAs, as a third form for experiencing the Gundam universe. The page includes screenshots showing mobile suits and gameplay environments, and hints at the possibility of future installments in the OGS series, depending on fan reception. This page further details the upcoming Gundam side story game for the Sega Saturn, highlighting the realistic 3D mobile suit combat and showcasing combination attacks. It promises a completely original storyline, akin to a full OVA series, and boasts a large number of mobile suits, including many that were not featured in the TV series. The gameplay is designed to be seamless, with story and battles unfolding on the same screen, creating constant tension. The game is still in development, and the screenshots are from the Saturn version. This page is all about Konami's upcoming puzzle game, Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama. It's slated for a September release and priced at 5,800 yen, supporting 2 players for versus battles. The page highlights that it's packed with extra features in this Memorial edition of Puzzle Dama. The article describes it as a popular arcade game getting a home release, praised for its addictive gameplay. It's mentioned that you'll see familiar characters from the Tokimeki Memorial universe, but it's positioned as a puzzle game that anyone can enjoy, not just hardcore fans. There are screenshots showing gameplay, which looks like a falling block puzzle game, with cute character interactions during matches. It seems there are different modes, including a versus mode and a Twinbee Taisen Puzzle Dama mode, which looks like a crossover with Konami's classic shooter Twinbee, and is mentioned to be on PlayStation, suggesting cross-platform releases or similar games on different consoles. The bottom of the page includes Puzzle Dama history data, discussing Konami's Puzzle Dama series, emphasizing its accessibility for beginners while also being deep enough for experienced players, and mentions the innovative system of Puzzle Dama. Overall, it's hyping up Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama as a fun and engaging puzzle game with broad appeal. This page continues the talk about Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama and dives into some of the gameplay enhancements in the home versions. They are highlighting special types of tama, or balls in the game, that add a layer of strategy. There are 3 types: Kuidama, which eats surrounding balls to create space; Zendama, that turns into other balls and helps extend combos; and Akudama, which converts nearby balls into itself, useful for quick changes. The page also emphasizes that the consumer versions are more than simple ports. They've added voice acting, pre-match messages, and even different endings that you can unlock even on your first playthrough. There's also an option to choose girl characters in the rule demonstration, and new elements specifically for hardcore players, showing they've really put effort into the home releases. We also see previews of different versions of Taisen Puzzle Dama. There's a Super Famicom version themed around the manga Tsuyoshi Shikari Shinasai, a Saturn version featuring Chibi Maruko-chan characters, and Susume Taisen Puzzle Dama for arcade and PlayStation, which seems to be the sequel introducing these new Tama types. Finally, Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama is mentioned again as also being in arcades, and the Saturn version is a further enhanced port, with enriched modes like practice, story, and confession modes, each having unique ending movies. It looks like Konami really went all out with different variations of this addictive puzzle game across multiple platforms. This page is all about Tokimeki Memorial Forever With You, focusing on how to become a dynamite and cool guy and successfully date the girls in the game. It's presented as a guide on the path to romance, broken down into 3 stages: encounter, information gathering, and making an appointment. The first stage, encounter, talks about finding girls and understanding their type. It suggests paying attention to girls who seem lonely or wear glasses as potential romantic interests. Stage 2, information gathering, emphasizes collecting details about the girl you're interested in, like her name, phone number, hobbies, and even school information, suggesting this is key for moving forward. The final stage, making an appointment, is about actually asking the girl out on a date, recommending direct phone calls, and considering her schedule when suggesting dates and locations. There's also a fun extra column where a game writer shares their own experiences trying to meet girls in real life, contrasting it with the game's mechanics. They talk about trying various approaches like clubs, karaoke, and even chatting with shop assistants, ultimately concluding that real-life romance is much trickier than in the game. The page also highlights the game's release date as July 26th, mentioning it's a love simulation game for one player and priced at 5,800 yen, or 9,800 yen for a special edition. It's clearly promoting the Saturn version of Tokimeki Memorial and getting players ready to dive into the dating gameplay. This page is all about the original features in the Saturn version of Tokimeki Memorial Forever With You. It highlights that the movie theater and concert schedules have been updated, meaning there are new movies and concerts to experience on dates throughout the year. The game has also revamped the sports festival minigames. Instead of the spoon race, there's now a ball-rolling 100-meter race, which is described as easy to control but still competitive and fun. Another addition is the ring toss game at the summer festival, which is said to be an enjoyable minigame despite its simple nature, and the graphics are improved compared to other console versions. Moving on to date scenarios, it emphasizes that on a date day, players should confidently use date commands and enjoy spending time with the girl. It mentions that choosing the right responses when the girl asks for feedback after a date is crucial for progressing the relationship. The page concludes by stating that in Tokimeki Memorial, initiating and progressing the romance is definitely the role of the man. This page is a special report about Saturn Bomberman, announcing it's 80% complete and finally revealing details about the Saturn version. It's scheduled for release on July 19th by Hudson, priced at 6,800 yen, is an action game, and supports up to 10 players. We get introductions to key characters, White Bomberman and Black Bomberman, who are on a mission to retrieve crystals stolen by the Higa Higa gang. Dr. Ein is the scientist who created the time machine, and Kibo, a cute mascot robot who operates it. Tira is described as helpful to Bomberman, with 5 different types and abilities. Mujo is the leader of the Higa Higa gang, aiming to conquer the universe using crystal power. Dr. Micard is the Higa Higa gang scientist, a mad scientist type, and the combatant Minasan appear to be the minions. The story revolves around the Higa Higa gang stealing crystals from Bomberman Star, intending to revive a legendary demon.
Bomberman must use a time machine, created by Dr.
Erin, to travel through time, defeat the Higa Higa gang, and retrieve the crystals before the demon is fully resurrected. The page promises a chaotic and fun multiplayer experience. Saturn Bomberman focuses on multiplayer fun, featuring 3 primary game modes. The game introduces Tira, dragon-like companions with unique abilities that aid Bomberman, like dashing, jumping, and manipulating bombs. The normal game is a single-player, stage-based mode, where players navigate 6 areas and boss stages to destroy core Omegas and find the exit. The battle game is the classic Bomberman battle mode, allowing up to 10 players in wide mode. Finally, the master game challenges players to master bombing skills by efficiently clearing stages and defeating enemies quickly. The goal is to achieve high scores based on speed, bomb usage, and strategic gameplay, aiming for top ranks. This page is dedicated to Tengai Makyu Daion no Mokushiroku, also known as Tengai Makyo, the Apocalypse IV, the 4th entry in the Tengai Makyo series. It highlights the bosses you'll encounter, focusing on their varied and unique designs. The page mentions that these area bosses are a key focus, even though story and system details are still under wraps. We get a look at some of these bosses. Manto, who seems to be involved in a large-scale event, possibly rampaging in Hollywood against robots. Then there's Sanetomo, connected to dark clouds and the moon, hinted to be an important boss in the story. Belladonna is another boss, described as controlling Mexico and extracting human souls with extreme cruelty. The text also emphasizes the beautiful art in the game, specifically mentioning the use of vivid colors in the jungle and the overall artistic style, even calling the characters beautiful characters. Finally, it notes the game is currently 50% complete and is an RPG for the SEGA Saturn.
It's presented as a special report, indicating early information about the game.
The voice cast of Tengai Makyo, the Apocalypse IV, is revealed, showcasing a star-studded lineup and their experiences. Voice actors like Tomokazu Seki, Raiden, expressed excitement, while Mori Nozoichiro, Red Bear, enjoyed the unique role. Katsuyuki Yamazaki, Ace Cherry, embraced the character shift. Nozomu Sasaki, Dave, is open to any role, while Chiba Shigeru, Manto Pukpukpu, aimed to bring fun. Yuji Mitsuya, Ronteri Douglas, found the role challenging.
Hirokawa Taichiro,
Drive M, aimed for comedic impact, while Kazue Ikura, Madame Apathy, found her role rewarding but limiting. Others, like Kyu Ryuko, An, and Kanemaru Mami, Elisa, spoke of the game's depth and their hopes for fan support. The cast also includes Sakura Izumi, Kotani Yuko, Yumiko Kinoshita, Yukana Nogami, Ori Ai, Yokoyama Chisa, Mikimoto Makoto, Matsui Naoko, Sato Dayuki, Inoue Kikuko, Fukaura Noriko, and Yano Asuka. Romance of the Three Kingdoms vs. for SEGA Saturn is a strategic simulation game focused on unifying China. Slated for a September release at 9,800 yen, it supports up to 8 players and emphasizes ruler-officer relationships and the will of the people, represented by a reputation system. New strategic elements include special skills and varied formations for deeper battles. Developers report the game is progressing well, with enhanced graphics compared to the PC version, utilizing rendering techniques. Algorithm development and user input are nearly complete. The opening movie will be CG-based, explaining in-game scenarios. Save data management is efficient, with hints and Q&A features included, to assist new players while retaining series depth. Screenshots showcase the game's visual style, interfaces, officer portraits, and battle scenes. This page is all about Mega Man 8, or Rockman 8 as it's known in Japan, and it announces a boss character recruitment drive. It seems they're asking fans to submit designs for new boss characters to be featured in the game, building on a tradition from Mega Man 2. The article mentions they received over 22,000 entries in the previous recruitment, emphasizing the popularity. The page features example Wily-made robot bosses to inspire designers, showcasing 2 complete boss concepts. Tengman, a wind-based robot described as being like a typhoon, and Astroman, a space-themed robot utilizing dimensional powers. Then, they present 3 unfinished mecha boss concepts, labeled Boss A, Boss B, and Boss C, as examples of incomplete designs. Boss A is described as having long limbs for flexible movements and small stature, making it hard to hit. Boss B is a surveillance-type robot, seemingly designed for monitoring, with unknown attack methods. Boss S is a weapon storage-type robot, carrying large swords, emphasizing balance and attack power. The article encourages designers to create original boss characters, exceeding even Wily's confidence, highlighting the opportunity to have their designs potentially featured in the game. It details submission guidelines, including deadlines, contact details, and prizes for winning entries, including cash and in-game credits. The next page dives into Fatal Fury 3, Road to the Final Victory for the Sega Saturn, highlighting it as a complete port from the arcade. It's presented as a special report, boasting 85% completion. The release date is set for June 28th, priced at 6,800 yen for the versus fighting genre fans. The page emphasizes the game's story, revolving around secret scrolls and a battleground in South Town.
Screenshots show off gameplay featuring Terry Bogard in action.
A new oversway system is detailed, which is different from previous line movement systems, involving front and depth layers, letting you move to OS lines and attack. This system allows for strategic gameplay, enabling counterattacks. Combination arts are timing-based and cancelable for skilled players, but quick sway attacks are invulnerable. The Story and Characters section talks about the ancient scrolls and the characters seeking them, highlighting Terry and Ketty, Joe, and others, suggesting a rich narrative experience. The Basic Control section lists fundamental moves like jumps, dashes, guards, and special moves using button combinations, giving a glimpse into the game's mechanics.
The page seems excited about the new strategic depth added by the sway line system.
This page is all about Sengoku Blade Episode 2 coming to the Sega Saturn. It's presented as a special report, although the completion percentage is still unknown. The text describes it as a horizontal scrolling shooting game, building on the popularity of Sengoku Ace. It highlights the polished shooting gameplay, bomb attacks, and option weapons as key features. The game features 5 playable characters: Koyori, Tentai, Hagane, Kirimaru, and Eunice, each with unique abilities. The stages are strategically designed, packed with secrets and fun elements. The text emphasizes the excitement of the arcade version of Sengoku Blade, and encourages players to look forward to the Saturn release. There's also an announcement for a Sengoku Blade illustration contest. They're looking for illustrations based on anything appearing in the game, and are accepting submissions until July 31st. Prizes include a copy of the game, character goods, voice actor signed panels, original crids, and original telephone cards. They encourage everyone, including children, to submit their illustrations to the provided address. The page ends with a cute illustration of a girl and a lemur, and a message saying, "They are waiting for wonderful illustrations." A special report details the Sega Saturn port of King of Fighters 95. Sega's Maeda Masanao and Senk's Kaga Takashi discuss the game's development. Kaga highlights the challenges of porting to the Saturn due to its RAM, and the need to optimize for speed. They emphasize the game's completeness and appeal to Neo Geo fans, aiming for a timely release with Sega's collaboration.
The conversation covers game features and new elements.
They acknowledge the Saturn's suitability for Stenk's data-intensive games, and the benefits of home play for practice. User demographics are also discussed, with both acknowledging the need to attract new players beyond arcade veterans. The report includes screenshots, box art, and details, like the 7,800 yen price, and support for 1 or 2 players. SNK developers Maeda and Kaga discuss their commitment to bringing full, high-quality SNK titles to the Sega Saturn. Kataga assures fans that all future titles will be fully ported, addressing concerns about previous limitations. They plan to effectively utilize room for games like the new King of Fighters. Maeda pushes for quick releases, inquiring about Real Bout Fatal Fury and Neo Geo CD versions, with Saturn releases planned for autumn. They also discuss porting King of Fighters 96 and Samurai Showdown RPG, noting differences between the Neo Geo CD and Saturn versions of the latter. While prioritizing 2D, SNK is exploring 3D game possibilities for the Saturn, aiming to capture the SNKNESS in all releases. Screenshots of Real Bout Fatal Fury and Samurai Showdown 3 showcase the expected graphical fidelity. This page dives into the action of JSWAT, Japan's Special Weapons and Tactics Team, highlighting it as a tactical shooting game where you lead a special forces unit. The page emphasizes the game's focus on strategic decision-making and realistic combat scenarios. It details how missions start with understanding the situation, including location maps and enemy positions. You need to choose your equipment carefully, as seen in the equipment selection section, which shows different weapon stats. The game seems to be about planning and executing operations flawlessly. The page illustrates Operation Success, with images of successful room entries and hostage rescues. In contrast, Operation Failure shows the consequences of poor tactics and mission failure, like not rescuing hostages effectively. It really pushes the idea that calculated moves and tactical awareness are key to mastering JSWAT. They end by asking, "What is your true strength?" suggesting the game is about testing your tactical prowess. It looks like a pretty intense and strategic action title for the Saturn.
This page is all about the SEGA Saturn game Decathlete, a sports action title focused on button timing and quick reflexes to break world records. It's presented as a special report, highlighting the game's 3D polygon graphics and dynamic camera angles. The page showcases the 10 decathlete events, which are the 100-meter dash, long jump, shot put, high jump, 400-meter race, 110-meter hurdles, discus throw, pole vault, javelin throw, and the 1500-meter race. For each event, there's a brief description of the controls and gameplay. For example, in the 100-meter dash, you use the D, P, A, D, and B button for running, and the A button to lunge at the finish line. The long jump involves button presses to build speed, and timing your jump with the A button, aiming for the best angle, which is stated as 25 degrees. Similar brief descriptions are given for each of the 10 events, emphasizing button controls and timing. The page suggests that mastering Decathlete is about understanding the timing and button combinations for each event to achieve high scores and break records. It looks like a fun, fast-paced sports game, emphasizing arcade-style action over simulation. This page is a special corner-opening feature introducing GameWare Volume 1, described as a collection of digital entertainment. It's advertised as a great value at 1,980 yen, containing 6 games along with movies and music content, aiming to be a new generation digital entertainment experience that's user-friendly. The reviewer found the game EJI Han Detective Agency particularly interesting and funny, highlighting its unique atmosphere, mixing Sega arcade elements like Virtua Fighter with cute and bizarre aspects. They also mention the action puzzle game BitBoy's Great Adventure as something to keep an eye on. California Games is also mentioned as a simple, high-score focused game. The page includes a movie corner recommending films such as Twilight of the Cockroaches and Lost Children. Interestingly, market research is mentioned, stating the average age of software purchasers is around 21 years old. The overall tone is positive, suggesting GameWare is aiming to establish itself as a key software offering in the market. This page features several sections related to GameWare. In the column section, a writer reflects on the shift towards CRDROM-based games, suggesting a need for a different perspective on game reviews, comparing it to film criticism. The collection section announces a CM contest for GameWare, encouraging readers to submit ideas for commercials. They're looking for concepts that fit the soft collection theme, and the example given is UFO Yakisoba instant noodles, hinting at a slightly quirky and unexpected direction. The results of this contest are promised in a future issue. Next, GameWare News is excited to announce GameWare Volume 2, which will feature 6 titles and information about new games and Virtua Fighter-related content. They mention EJI Han Detective Agency 2 and BitBoy's Great Adventure 2 as returning titles, alongside new additions like Digital Comic and Digital Fighter. There's also a preview of RV Drive games mentioned, which sounds interesting. The game pickup section, titled Linkage Games, continues to promote GameWare
encouraging readers to send in questions about game strategies. They are really pushing the community aspect and interaction with this software. Finally, the Postcards Are Welcome section is a call for reader feedback on gameware, asking for ideas, impressions, and even potential planning suggestions, implying that reader input could influence future gameware releases. They provide an address for SEGA Saturn Magazine at SoftBank for submissions. This page is dedicated to deep diving into the character relationships of Dragon Force. If you've been playing for a while, or maybe missed some details, this article aims to clarify the complex web of connections between characters using relationship diagrams. It focuses on key factions like Goldark and Wayne, visually mapping out who is loyal to whom, who are rivals, and other connections. You can see charts detailing relationships for figures like Goldark, Wayne, and other characters within their respective factions. There's also a section highlighting Lena, one of the main characters, called Let's Play with Lena. It talks about Lena starting as a coterie member and quickly rising in prominence. She's described as having strategic skills, being popular, and even hints that she's quite charming with the gentleman. The article suggests that understanding these character relationships will help you enjoy Dragon Force even more, possibly uncovering new strategic approaches or story nuances as you play. It even teases a scenario involving Lena and another character, hinting at a more mature theme. Overall, the page is about enriching the player's understanding of Dragon Force by exploring the intricate character dynamics within the game. This page is a real mixed bag, kicking off with the Otayori Corner, which seems like reader letters or feedback about Dragon Force. One person mentions really liking Wirral, another wonders if maternal instinct is at play with one of the characters, and someone else comically laments forgetting about their Saturn and feeling silly for it. Next up is a section called Hands of Love to the Lost Little People that seems to be game advice for Dragon Force players. Someone's stuck after the ending, facing a tough boss named Xeon and needing to find the Star Treasure. The advice talks about using magic, getting allies, and the character Volhull to help overcome this hurdle. Then there's Strike from the Beginning Goldark, which focuses on the character Goldark, fitting in nicely with the previous page about character relationships. It explains that Goldark is set up to be the villain, betraying his father and being a really strong character in the game, both in terms of gameplay and story. It talks about his reasons and backstory, with screenshots showing key scenes from his plotline. There's also a next issue preview section, teasing the next magazine as the final round for this corner, and mentioning character popularity rankings and fan art being showcased. They also mention some kind of cult quiz with prizes. Finally, there's a light-hearted comic strip called Invincible Princess under the Moon Palace special banner. It's a funny little comic with princess-like characters joking about mushrooms and poison. This page is all about the debut of a brand new idol group on the SEGA Saturn, and it's tied to the game Idol Janshi Tsuchipai V. This is the 5th anniversary game in the series, hence the V and the 5th anniversary text. It's slated for release on June 28th. And the suggested retail price is 6,800 yen. The main visual shows off the 3 key characters from the game, looking very much like anime idols. Below that, we get a glimpse of the game with some screenshots, showcasing the characters and gameplay. It also lists the voice cast for the game, featuring names like Tomizawa Michi and Kanai Mika, among others, all well-known voice actresses. Down at the bottom, it mentions that the game will be showcased at the 96 Tokyo Toy Show, and notes that pre-ordering at NEC Interchannel stores will get you a special original pack designed by the character designer Hideki Takeuchi. This page from Reader Station is a fun mix of reader submissions and game-related snippets. Hare's Diary seems to be a light-hearted, anecdotal section, perhaps written by the magazine staff or a regular contributor, reminiscing about a wild golden week involving river diving and bizarre antics. The At section is about a reader's friend who believes they spotted someone resembling Jeffrey from Virtua Fighter in real life, suggesting they are on the lookout for game characters in everyday life. Tease is a relatable piece about gamer rage, detailing the frustration of losing and the urge to lash out at the controller, followed by regret. In, quote, a reader confesses that Myst was only the 2nd game they ever bought, highlighting the late discovery of this classic title, specifically mentioning the Channelwood location within the game, is a nostalgic reflection on childhood play, where the reader recounts pretending to be Silverman from Bioman while wearing aluminum foil, and also referencing Dural from Virtua Fighter in their games. The right side features, quote, focusing on a penguin character, apparently from a prize or bonus item seen at a Game Center tournament, possibly related to Van Ban chocolate. It includes assembly instructions for a figure called, quote. Finally, a small box at the bottom right details a reader's travel experience that reminded them of the world of Myst, mentioning Indian elephants and the greeting, Namaste. Bars Users Claim presents reader opinions on the Sega Saturn. One highlights the excitement of 3D games, transitioning from PlayStation to Saturn shooters, and questioning the future of flight sims. Another praises games with compelling characters, citing Dragon Force and Air's Adventure as examples of games that thrive on character appeal. A third argues against prioritizing hardware specs over gameplay, comparing it to a car's efficiency, and citing the text-based RPG Rogues as a prime example of fun without fancy graphics. The section also features readers lamenting the console's depreciation and a final entry expressing sentimental value for the Saturn despite its market value decline, contrasting fan devotion with general consumer views. This page of the RS Users Claim section features reader feedback and upcoming content. Readers expressed a desire for customizable audio options in games, specifically the ability to toggle voices and subtitles on/off, enhancing immersion and accessibility. Another reader, partially deaf, emphasized the importance of subtitles for following game narratives. The next theme announced upcoming exploration of reader expectations for the Knights game. Additionally, the page includes a 4-Coma Theater with a comic strip about Virtua Fighter 3 and One Stroke Soul, a humorous collection of reader-submitted one-liners related to games. The next issue's theme will be Rain Game Center, suggesting a focus on Game Center experiences. The Ars Gallery showcases reader-submitted illustrations. The section features various art styles and submissions from across Japan. Tsukasa Nagakawa, of Aichi Prefecture, drew a cute magical girl. Zaru Soba from Aomori created a cool character in mechanical armor. Lee from Tottori Prefecture contributed vampire hunter girls. Dani and Gomi of Tokyo submitted a Panzer Dragoon screenshot. Ayumu Hinata of Hyogo Prefecture drew a romantic girl with flowers. Yoichi Kirishima of Tokyo submitted a Sakura Wars screenshot. Boy of the Star, Saitama, and Shiru, Ibaraki, both submitted Knights character art. Bachangan, Chiba, drew a child and adult, and Uome, Ibaraki, submitted a group of cute girls. The gallery received many Knights illustrations, with Bachangan's work being highlighted. The gallery also included a Little Prince of the Star illustration. Virtua, Everyone Assemble, solicits game ideas, humorously suggesting Virtua Cop-inspired games with advanced graphics. A Tokyo reader recommends a cordless Saturn pad. Oguri Gals features reader submissions about ideal girlfriends, with one from Osaka desiring a Sega-loving, understanding partner. The prized item section highlights a Kyoto reader's praise for King of Fighters 95, admiring its animation and intense gameplay. Other from Hokkaido is addicted to Virtua Cop, appreciating its realism and anticipating Virtua Cop 2. The magazine also details reader submission prizes and corrects errors from previous issues, including game titles and publisher information. This page delves into Operation File, a strategy game series focusing on the Market Garden operation scenario. It draws parallels to the movie A Bridge Too Far, setting the scene of the Allied forces' advance into Germany after the Normandy landings. The game simulates the historical operation, where Allied airborne units aim to seize key bridges over rivers and canals in the Netherlands to open a path for ground forces into Germany, but faced strong German resistance. The page features a map of the game area, clearly showing locations like Arnhem and Nijmegen, key battlegrounds of the actual operation. It highlights two unit types: the British Red Devils Airborne and the German Green Berets, giving stats for their combat abilities. The reviewer analyzes the historical outcome of Operation Market Garden and contemplates what-if scenarios within the game. They discuss the importance of supply lines and the strength of German counterattacks, suggesting that even if the operation had succeeded in the game, the strategic situation would still have been challenging. Ultimately, the reviewer seems to conclude that the game accurately reflects the historical difficulties and inherent risks of Operation Market Garden. This text details an interview with Sega's WA Great Strategy series developer, Mr. Narabe, who favors large-scale historical strategy games. He discusses incorporating historical events and the absence of Italian and North African campaigns due to commercial viability in Japan. The text also covers development challenges and a desire for more units. A section details powerful, late-war Japanese tanks like the Type 4 and 5, their development, and production challenges. Another section explains in-game battle controls and camera angles, including weather effects. Finally, a posting corner shows reader suggestions, including interest in ancient Japanese settings and naval warfare, with the editorial team thanking contributors and hinting at the section's future. This page features 2 articles. The first one, titled, My Opinion on the Game Industry, by Yamato Sawamura, discusses the author's love for games and their thoughts on the current state of the industry. He mentions that games are becoming increasingly enjoyable, but he's concerned about how quickly consumers seem to move on from both hardware and software. He wishes for hardware that could last at least 10 years, and criticizes the trend of constantly upgrading consoles, desiring a single machine that can handle everything, even watching TV. He does mention that even though he is critical, he still enjoys games, referencing titles like Gunstar Heroes and Another World as examples of games he enjoys. He closes by saying he hopes to see more software developed for existing hardware rather than constantly pushing for new systems. The second article, Dob's Favorite by Kenwon Sijitu, presents Kenwon Sijitu's favorite game, which is Vector Man on the Sega Genesis Mega Drive. He describes it as an action shooting game that still holds up against 32-bit titles. He mentions that he enjoys games like Gunstar Heroes and Earthworm Jim 2, and feels that there are many enjoyable Mega Drive games even today. He also mentions his hobby of radio-controlled cars, particularly touring car models, and enjoys tinkering with them. Ikebukuro Sara's Virtua Crash, Volume 16, reflects on gaming experiences, family, and life changes. The author, now 30, feels settled, but misses the fervor of their younger days. They reminisce about playing games like Virtua Fighter with siblings, contrasting it with current responsibilities like babysitting and caring for a sick relative. Despite family pressure to prioritize the future, the author defends their passion for games, detailing the emotional impact of competitive play. The column also includes an event schedule for Virtua Fighter across various locations. Additionally, there's a section for fan mail addressed to Chaos, the writing group, and small comic strips with gaming-related humor, referencing Fighting Vipers and RPG elements. SEGA Saturn Magazine's first issue spotlights the SEGA Fax Club, Japan's leading information service. The article features an interview with SEGA staff, detailing the club's evolution from a paper-based concept to a system with 10,000 users and 10,000 monthly accesses, handling approximately 200 fax boxes. It provides news, software schedules, and is utilized by retailers and amusement centers. The Fax Club, an audio-guided service via fax, offers daily updated news from SEGA staff. The June content focuses on Nights into Dreams, leading up to its July 5th release, and also promotes SEGA Video Magazine cassettes. The article also discusses monthly demo discs, Crodrom Flash SEGA Saturn, featuring gameplay footage of various titles. Additionally, the popular Fax Club content is accessible on PC networks, such as Nifty and TPC-VAN, with contact details provided. This page covers various SEGA-related topics. It begins with a look at AM2 research, focusing on water rendering in games, comparing visuals to real-life photographs, and briefly mentioning UFO Catcher and prize news. Next, Takeno-chan's Leisure SEGA Saturn Extra Edition answers reader questions about the SEGA Fax Club, detailing its vast content, storage capacity, and update frequency. AM2 Research Latest Information announces exciting news. Punch-Out Grand Prix 2 and Virtua Fighter 3 updates. Screenshots of Virtua Fighter Kids, Fighting Vipers, Virtua Cop 2, and Deep Fear highlight AM2's diverse game development. SEGA Newsflash offers editor comments about recent events and encourages reader participation. Finally, SEGA Press Presents promotes a SEGA Fax Club gift campaign, giving away back issues to encourage reader feedback. This page delves into Langrisser 2i with a feature called Langrisser 2i Maiden Biography. Volume 4, it seems to be an interview with Luna, a character from the game. She discusses her role as a princess and her motivations, particularly feeling pressure from Daihalt to prove herself. The page also includes producer Takada's Langrisser 2i Development Diary, giving us a peek into the game's development progress. It mentions dates in April, and tasks like bug fixing, balancing, and sound implementation, giving a sense of the work being done. There's also a Messiah Answer Corner Langrisser queue and a corner, where developers respond to fan questions about Langrisser 2i. They talk about things like character expressions, battle scenes, and even give a release date window of late June to mid-July. Lastly, there's a small section called Galcon Information Zone, mentioning new characters and positive fan feedback, and a tiny advert at the bottom. Overall, the page is heavily focused on Langrisser 2i, providing character insights and development updates.
This page is an ad for Patchaslot Sherwin Method 3 on SEGA Saturn. It's promoting itself as the ultimate Patchaslot strategy software, featuring real Patchaslot machine analysis. It highlights that simply understanding the machines isn't enough to win. You need to understand the player and the hall dynamics too. The software boasts 3 modes: explanation, strategy, and actual battle, allowing you to learn, strategize, and practice. It also features something called Data Robo and uses polygon graphics, letting you play from various viewpoints. The ad shows a Patchaslot machine on screen, with Aladdin Master clearly visible as one of the featured machines. Other machines mentioned are Divers X, Flipper 3, Playgirl, Queen 2, and Any 7A. The game was released on May 24th, and the suggested retail price was 6,800 yen. There's also a prize campaign with a total value of 1.5 million yen, and they are giving away a special Iron Hook Patchaslot software as a non-sale item to 50 lucky winners. It also mentions PackyCard compatibility for saving data, and offers cards from 1,000 yen up to 10,000 yen value. Essentially, this page is selling a comprehensive Patchaslot simulation experience for SEGA Saturn players. This page is all about the SEGA Saturn release of Dragon Ball Z, The Legend. It's highlighted as a brand new battlefield for the SEGA Saturn, with the tagline, "Awaken on SEGA Saturn." The page emphasizes it as the greatest Dragon Ball legend and features active playing animation for 5,800 yen. There's also a super premium material present campaign where you can win amazing Dragon Ball merchandise if you send in the included application ticket. It seems to be boasting about including everything related to the greatest Dragon Ball legend as a super premium material. Furthermore, if you buy the software at participating stores, you'll get a special poster as a first-come, first-served bonus for the first 50,000 customers. The release date is clearly stated as May 31st. The image prominently features Cell and Vegeta, suggesting they are key characters within this Dragon Ball Z game on the Saturn. Dragon Ball Z, The Legend for SEGA Saturn aims to deliver the ultimate Dragon Ball experience. The game promises to rewrite the legend with its 8-directional 3D action and active animation, bringing the intensity of the battles to life. Screenshots highlight a chaotic multiplayer brawl, a cinematic over-the-shoulder view, and the recreation of signature moves like the Kamehameha, Spirit Bomb, and Big Bang Attack with polygon effects. The game features unrestricted 3D spatial battles. Overall, the page hypes the game's 3D combat, cinematic presentation, and faithful portrayal of iconic scenes and special moves. This page is a full-page advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game Lifescape. Promoted as a pop science software title, the ad enthusiastically announces its release, declaring, "Today released." The game is described as a virtual theme park, where players can experience a digital life experiment across 4 billion years of life's dynamism. The advert highlights that the game comes on 2 discs, split into Aquasphere and Landsphere, and is priced at 6,800 yen before tax. It showcases different areas players can explore, with screenshots labeled Dinosphere, Vegetation Sphere, Cambrian Sphere, and Ancient Fish Sphere within the Aquasphere section, and Giant Reptile Sphere, Flying Reptile Sphere, Mammal Sphere, and Modern Sphere within the Landsphere section. The visual style of the ad is quite cartoonish, featuring cavemen riding a dinosaur amidst erupting volcanoes and a pterodactyl flying overhead, emphasizing the prehistoric theme of the game. The bottom of the page provides copyright information attributing the game to NTT Learning Systems, Citron Art Inc., and NTTLS, with publishing by MediaQuest and Sansei Busan. This installment of Warp Comes to Haneda focuses on Saturn's movie capabilities.
The writer debates the best video compression method, comparing Cinepack, older, using run length encoding, and TrueMotion, superior quality but requires licensing. They favor TrueMotion for its cleaner video output, evident in games like Gungraphon.
Saturn Sushin highlights reader feedback.
The Saturn is selling well, despite its 20,000 yen price, prompting potential price revisions. The writer jokingly suggests early buyers consider their consoles charm copies. They solicit ideas for special edition bundles and reader contest prizes. Atasaki encourages reader submissions. The column welcomes questions, comments, and any SEGA Saturn-related passion, promising to read all submissions, even tsundere ones, and provides contact details. This page is all about SNK World 96, and packed with info for fans. There's a section about a PlayStation software campaign, where buying 2 specific titles, likely King of Fighters 95 and another, with a barcode on the label, enters you into a draw to win a luxury original illustration collection. They mention that both original artwork and existing SNK game illustrations are included. They're also inviting reader questions and tips related to SNK games. The main highlight is the illustration contest corner, showing off fan-submitted artwork. It seems readers have sent in illustrations of SNK characters, and they're showcasing some of them. Characters like Terry Bogard, Mai Shiranui, and other SNK fighters are visible in the small image boxes, along with the names and locations of the artists. The comments suggest people are enjoying the submissions and the variety of styles. On the right side and bottom left, there's a gameplay guide section titled Strongest Gamer Road 2, which is giving tips for Real Bout Fatal Fury Legend. It focuses on techniques for Blue Mary, mentioning moves like Spinfall, and recommending using strong punches and cancels in standing guard situations. It looks like it's offering advanced strategies for players wanting to master Blue Mary in Real Bout Fatal Fury. Finally, the bottom right section is the Where to Send information, giving an address for readers to send in their submissions, presumably for the illustration contest and other reader content for the magazine. This content covers various Capcom news and game strategies. The Capcom Friendly Club is detailed, explaining membership benefits like a system file or day pack. A strategy guide. Love, Attack, Strategy focuses on Vampire Hunter, Darkstalkers, the Night Warriors, providing advanced Anarcharis tips, emphasizing aggressive play and guard cancels. The Tri-Arcade Next Consumer section previews Dungeons & Dragons, Shadow over Mystara, and Dungeons & Dragons, Tower of Doom on the Saturn, generating anticipation among readers. Fan comments highlight their enjoyment of the previous D&D game and excitement for home play. Reader submissions in Here Comes showcase fan art and comments on games like Cyberbots and D&D. The section highlights character designs and mentions a D&D related character/element called Gaz Guy.
A call for reader submissions. Hello!
Capcom Reader Submission encourages fan participation through postcards, promising prizes like Capcom stickers. This licensee space section features updates from various SEGA Saturn game developers. IMAX is opening a game development school, IMAX Academy, and offering online courses. Acclaim Japan seeks staff for their baseball game, Big Hurt Baseball.
Escamic looks for energetic individuals, particularly women.
Glams is advertising for staff and mentions they're suffering from hay fever. Game Arts aims to improve their gender ratio, emphasizing personality and resilience. Compile is promoting their Compile Fair 40 Koma event in Tokyo. Koei is promoting a manga titled Iso Koreshi. Sammy Industry seeks 3D graphic designers for their Endice Volume 2 game. Sunsoft is actively hiring. Skythink System needs staff for new type Rinpa, focusing on game effects. SETA is developing Super Real Mahjong PV2 and will announce recruitment details later. Sonnet Computer Entertainment seeks individuals with reason, ideals, and gap to join their team, highlighting their current low female-to-male ratio. Several game developers are actively recruiting. Taito is showcasing arcade games at the Amusement Machine Show. Time Warner Interactive seeks programmers and CG designers. Takara is hiring new graduates for game and toy development. T&E Soft looks for developers with spirit and perspective. Data East recruits for planning, graphics, and sound roles. Muhon create hints at a new 3x3 Eyes game on Saturn, while Vantan International poses questions to potential recruits.
Pink is hiring for console and arcade roles.
Micronet welcomes new hires and looks for enthusiastic individuals. Microcabin is recruiting and excited about N3. Mizuki seeks new and mid-career hires, focusing on text-to-speech and OL content.
Yanoman, with new staff, aims to create picture book games.
U Media takes a playful approach to recruitment. Riverhill Soft seeks scenario writers and designers. Finally, License Space requests postcards from players for Saturn game developers. This page is part 15 of a series discussing audio and digital games and focuses on different audio formats and their sampling methods. It's explaining 4 key digital audio formats: DM, delta modulation; PCM, pulse code modulation; ADM, adaptive delta modulation; and ADPCM, adaptive differential pulse code modulation. The article dives into how each format samples sound waves and the trade-offs in terms of data size and sound quality. DM is described as the simplest, but with limitations like granularity noise, especially during silence. PCM is presented as the ideal sampling method, used in CDs and DATs, offering high-quality sound but larger file sizes. Admiral is introduced as an improvement over DM, adapting to the waveform changes to improve sound quality. Finally, ADPCM is mentioned as a more efficient version of PCM, reducing data size while retaining reasonable sound quality, and is popular for PCM compression. The reviewer discusses that while CD quality audio is great, it's data-heavy for games. They mention that Saturn's sound source often uses PCM, and there's a debate about whether Saturn's sound quality is truly CD-like. The article concludes by highlighting that while PCM is high quality, ADPCM offers a good balance for game development by reducing data size without drastically sacrificing sound quality. The diagrams visually represent the sampling methods of each format, illustrating how they capture sound waves over time and quantize the audio data. This page furthers the discussion about ADPCM, diving into waveform by waveform ADPCM and how it consumes data compared to CD quality PCMs. It highlights that while CD quality with 16-bit sampling is excellent, it's data-intensive for games. It then explains oversampling, a technique detailed in Diagram 2, used in audio processing to refine sound quality. Oversampling increases the sampling rate, like converting 44.1 kHz to 352.8 kHz, to smooth out the digital steps in the waveform and reduce noise, particularly at higher frequencies. This results in a cleaner and more analog-like sound, and is very effective in improving audio quality in formats like C, D, and DAT. Moving on, we get to Dr. K's Hard Day Diary. In this section, Dr. K shares his recent experience with Dolby Surround Digital, or DSD, during a location test for Heaven and Earth and In Love. He was really impressed with the immersive sound quality, finding it a cut above previous Dolby stereo setups. He praised the sound's clarity and the image localization, especially noting how well DSD enhanced the audio experience for Japanese anime content. He felt the depth and richness were remarkable, highlighting the detailed soundscapes possible with DSD and how it really brings anime soundtracks to life. He was so taken with it that he's now considering setting up a DSD system at home and is thinking of purchasing a DSD-compatible LD player and amp, even if it means dipping into his wife's funds. This page is a job advertisement from Winkysoft, and they are recruiting for various game development roles. They're looking for game programmers experienced in ESC language, and preferably with 32-bit machine experience. They also need game designers, 3 DCG designers with a good grasp of basic art skills, and 2 DDOT designers also needing solid art fundamentals. Lastly, they are seeking a sound creator with experience in sampling and sound effects. The ad highlights some of Winkysoft's main titles, which include the Super Robot Wars series, specifically mentioning Masu Kishin, and 4th Super Robot Wars. They boast about using cutting-edge machines for development, like Pentium 150 MHz, Indigo 2 Impact, Indy, and SparkStation 20. They claim to be in the top 10 of the game industry in terms of CG environment, using Alias 9 and Soft Image 12. Winkysoft emphasizes their passion for game development, stating their enthusiasm is #1 and blood heat is 100%. They even mention a juice bar with free drinks for employees, suggesting a cool office perk. The job details mention a salary starting from 250,000 yen per month, depending on experience and ability. Working hours are from 9 o'clock to 10 p.m. with overtime pay, and benefits include various social insurances and transportation expenses. They are looking for people aged 20-30. To apply, you need to send a resume with a photo and a work history. This page showcases a selection of anthology comic books and related media. At the top we have 4 different anthology comic series advertised. First up is Battle Arena to Shinden 2 anthology comic, based on the PlayStation fighting game. This one includes 4 panel manga and illustrations. Next is the original Battle Arena to Shinden anthology comic, focusing on the character Ellis and featuring contributions from well-known artists. Then we've got the Power Instinct 2 anthology comic, also based on the PlayStation game and subtitled A Slightly Strongest Legend. Lastly, there's the Super Real Mahjong PV Paradise All-Star 4-player match anthology comic, highlighting 9 beautiful girls from the Real Mahjong series in original stories. Below the comics, there are advertisements for products related to a game called Schoolhouse, or Gakuen in Japanese. It looks like a table talk RPG set in a school environment. They are advertising Schoolhouse DX1, Schoolhouse DX2, and Schoolhouse 108 Mysteries, all seemingly different versions or expansions of the game, with various authors and prices listed. Finally, at the bottom right, there's a section for SoftBank CD books. They're promoting a memorial drama CD and fan book for Langrisser 2 and Phantasy Star, and also a Phantasy Star official setting data collection, which includes a B4 special poster. Prices and formats are provided for all these items. Overall, this page is advertising various teen media related to popular video games, particularly anthology comics, but also drama creds and fan books. This page is a schedule of new software releases for the SEGA Saturn console, covering several months from May through to November. It's presented as a table listing game titles, alongside their prices, makers, genres, and compatible controllers. Looking at the game lineup, there's a broad mix of genres coming to the Saturn. May sees a variety of titles like the quiz game SEGA Ages Gontant Rantual, shooting games like Metal Black, and RPGs like Wizardry V2 and V2 Complete. June continues with shooters such as Darius 2 and Night Striker S, alongside adventure games and table games. July is packed with releases including Langrisser 2i, Saturn Bomberman, Puzzle Bobble 2X, Road Rash, and Wipeout. It seems to be a strong month with well-known titles. August and September feature more games across genres, including puzzle games, simulation, and shooting titles like Starfighter 3000. Even stretching into October and November, there are releases such as SEGA Ages Outrun and SEGA Ages Tokaido Ichidai Taryu. Overall, this page gives Saturn owners a glimpse into a promising future lineup of games spanning numerous genres, with a mix of new titles and SEGA Ages re-releases to look forward to. This page continues the new soft schedule, detailing upcoming games for the SEGA Saturn across Winter 95, the 96 year-end and New Year period, Spring-Summer 97, and further unspecified release dates. Looking at the winter releases, there's a range of titles including action, sports, and RPGs. Moving into the 96 year-end and New Year timeframe, we see games like Ultraman Battle, Macross, World Heroes Perfect, and Skull Fang. Spring and Summer of 97 lists titles such as Guardian Force, Virtua Fighter Kids, Corpse Killer, and Monster Maker. Among the games with unspecified dates are Sonic the Fighters, Fighting Vipers, and Fantasy Zone, alongside various other genres, including puzzle and table games. SATURN Magazine Editorial Check section highlights information about SEGA Saturn announcements, including controller updates and a price drop for the console. It mentions exciting new game announcements, like Virtua Fighter 3, and Panzer Dragoons Y. They also touch on the upcoming autumn and winter releases and hint at games from overseas developers coming to the Saturn. Overall, it paints a picture of a continued strong software lineup for the Saturn, with new releases and anticipated sequels. This magazine page emphasizes reader feedback through a questionnaire. Instructions guide readers on completing it accurately. The page previews the magazine's content with articles on SEGA Saturn games and features, including Landmark, Data Station, and various SEGA Saturn game reviews. The questionnaire seeks demographic information, including gender, age, and occupation, alongside SEGA Saturn ownership details. Readers are asked about game ownership, preferred gaming information sources, and future hardware and software interests. The questionnaire also probes opinions on articles, stick controllers, and price preferences. Hardware and software lists, tables 2 and 3, offer a snapshot of the SEGA Saturn ecosystem. The hardware list includes the Saturn console and peripherals, while the software list showcases a variety of Japanese games across genres, reflecting the breadth of titles available. This page is a feature spread titled, Comprehensive SEGA Special Feature, unveiling SEGA's full picture and human resources strategy. It's designed for people interested in working at SEGA and promises to reveal what SEGA is really like. The article mentions they interviewed 21 different departments at SEGA to get a full picture of the company. The feature is broken down into 6 parts. First, they're talking to the SEGA Human Resources Development Department to understand SEGA's recruitment strategy for the year. Then, they've interviewed the SEGA CS Research and Development Department, specifically about Saturn software development, and the SEGA AM Research and Development Department, focusing on arcade game development. They're also planning to speak with other key departments within SEGA, offer a Q and a section with SEGA Trivia, and finally, look at job hunting strategies for other major game companies. It seems to be a deep dive into SEGA as a company and a guide for those wanting to work in the games industry. This interview with SEGA's head of human resources, Mr. Kusushita Iganori, reveals SEGA's recruitment strategy. With a high application rate, SEGA plans to hire approximately 300 new employees, focusing on network and new business. While technical skills are important for development roles, SEGA prioritizes passion for games and individual personality over academic background. SEGA aims to increase female representation, with opportunities in research and development, design, and sound creation. The majority of SEGA employees hold 4-year university degrees. New hires are typically placed in the Amusement Facility Division, Headquarters, and Development Divisions. SEGA seeks diverse talent and aims to attract passionate individuals for various roles. This page dives deeper into SEGA's recruitment process and what they look for in potential employees across 21 departments. It emphasizes that while technical skills are important, especially in development, passion for games and a flexible mindset are equally, if not more, crucial. They mention that SEGA is a meritocracy, valuing individual talent and employees who are SEGA fans themselves. The article highlights SEGA's expert allowance system, which rewards skilled individuals with extra compensation on top of their base salary, mentioning figures of up to 1,020,000 yen per year extra, showing they invest in talent. There's a mention of SEGA seeking individuals who can create dreams and embody the creation is life philosophy. The page also points readers towards online resources for recruitment information, providing a web address for SEGA's recruitment page and mentioning fax options for inquiries. The imagery includes office scenes and a screenshot from what looks like Virtua Fighter, visually reinforcing the context of game development and corporate environment at SEGA. Essentially, SEGA is portrayed as a company eager to hire passionate and talented individuals who are ready to contribute to the gaming world. SEGA's CS Research and Development Division features 3 key departments. The first, led by Mr. Eita Nagata, focuses on CG movie development, with titles like Victory Goal. They prioritize sound design. The second, headed by Mr. Norikatsu Omuro, creates diverse games, including SEGA Rally Championship. They emphasize collaborative idea generation. The third, the Sonic team, led by Mr. Yusuke Naka, develops Sonic series games and nights, driven by a passion for gaming. SEGA values employees' strengths, communication skills, and passion over academic backgrounds. Recruitment focuses on basic skills and seeks individuals eager to create. This page continues the interview with SEGA CS Research and Development, focusing on what SEGA looks for in new hires and showcasing upcoming games. The interviewees emphasize the importance of passion for games, creativity, and communication skills over formal education, echoing the previous page. They desire individuals with strong core skills and a proactive attitude. The page highlights a section titled, Always Have Strong Feelings. This segment seems to be a core message for potential employees, urging them to be detail-oriented and passionate about their work. They want people who can generate ideas, think logically, and communicate effectively. The interview moves on to discuss team leaders, noting that leadership experience is valued, especially with experience managing teams of around 35 people. They are looking for individuals who can clearly convey their vision and listen to their team. Regarding desired technical skills, they mention basic programming knowledge, but seem to prioritize enthusiasm and the ability to learn. They encourage applicants to apply even if they don't have extensive technical skills, suggesting a willingness to train and develop talent in-house. The page also previews 2 upcoming SEGA Saturn games, Greatest 996, a baseball game, and Sakura Wars, highlighting the blend of adventure and simulation elements. Another section promotes Knights and the Dream Stage sequel, emphasizing the exciting new gameplay and world being created. The overall tone emphasizes Sega's dedication to creating engaging and innovative games and their desire to recruit passionate individuals to join their development teams.
This page continues the interview with Research and Development, showcasing One Research Director, Rikiya Nakagawa. The focus is on what Sega is looking for in people, emphasizing that now, more than just technical skills, they value individuals who can think about the game's core content and ideas. Nakagawa-san explains that with advancements in hardware, software development has become easier, and the key is to create interesting and engaging game experiences. He mentions that team leaders are important, and they need experience managing teams of around 35 people. He shares his own experience joining Sega, mentioning that passion and enthusiasm were key, even without extensive technical skills at the time. The page then highlights some of One Research and Development's representative works, showcasing screenshots of games they've developed. We can see classics like Virtua Fighter 2, Daytona USA, Golden Axe, The Duel, Space Harrier, and also the unique rhythm action game Cool Cool Tune. Finally, there's exciting news about a brand new game coming to the STV arcade board. Developed by One, this new title is described as having a strong American feel, with a fast-paced, energetic style, comparing it to 3DCG Final Fight in terms of impact. It seems they even have American staff involved in its development and are really enthusiastic about it. They are keen for people to look out for future announcements. Rikiya Suzuki of Sega AM2 discusses his work philosophy, stressing the importance of making games enjoyable and earning a living from them. He joined Sega driven by passion, balancing hard work with personal enjoyment and stress management. He emphasizes the importance of experienced team leaders who understand and motivate their teams, especially designers and sound engineers. AM2 is focused on creating innovative and unique experiences, pioneering new genres and technologies to deeply resonate with players. Virtua Fighter 3 is the main focus this year, with new characters teased. The page includes screenshots of classic Sega arcade games like Hang-In, Daytona USA, and Virtua Fighter 2. It also mentions Pachinko Fighter 3, a pachinko game featuring Virtua Fighter characters. This page delves into Sega AM3 R&D department and interviews Koichi Yamaguchi, the AM3 R&D department head. Yamaguchi describes AM3's core philosophy as prioritizing fun and engaging gameplay experiences above all else. He emphasizes the importance of dreaming big and ensuring games are enjoyable for everyone. Yamaguchi highlights the variety of talent within AM3, noting they seek individuals with diverse skills and sensitivities. He mentions that while English proficiency is helpful, passion and the ability to convey ideas are more crucial. The page mentions several upcoming AM3 titles. Virtua Cop 2 is heavily hinted at with a Virtua Karen 2, likely a typo for Virtua Cop 2, section. Gunblade NY, Decathlete, and Last Bronx are also discussed as current projects. Screenshots showcase Decathlete with its multiple sports challenges, Last Bronx with its weapon-based 3D fighting, and Manx TT Superbike, a realistic motorcycle racing game. The AM3 R&D representative section lists several game genres and titles under AM3, indicating their diverse portfolio, including shooting games like Gunblade NY, sports games like Decathlete, fighting games like Last Bronx, racing games like Daytona USA and Sega Rally Championship, and even puzzle games like Baku Baku Animal Adventure. It concludes by stating that AM3 is involved in developing a wide range of titles, from large-scale projects like Virtua Cop 2 to smaller titles, all while prioritizing fun gameplay. Sega's AM4 Research and Development, led by Tomokazu Miyamoto, prioritizes originality and fun above all else. The department focuses on creating emotionally resonant and enjoyable games, emphasizing imagination, passion, and effective communication of ideas over solely technical skills. They seek individuals with enthusiasm and a deep understanding of what makes games fun, valuing collaborative idea generation. The page highlights AM4's diverse portfolio. This includes UFO Catcher 21,
a redesigned claw machine for increased precision, and other titles like vs. Astro City, R360, Sports Fishing 2, and Print Club. This variety showcases AM4's commitment to delivering fun experiences through both classic arcade and innovative game concepts. This page delves into Sega's AM5 Research and Development Department, which is taking charge of theme park projects. The interview features Tokinori Yasu, the head of AM5, who explains that their department is all about creating experiences, focusing on attractions for theme parks like Joyopolis. Yasu emphasizes that AM5's work is diverse, encompassing everything from concept creation to the actual engineering and maintenance of attractions. The team consists of a variety of specialists, including CG animators, programmers, and hardware designers. He describes two types of project leaders, one focusing on developing new attractions, and another on developing attractions for each Joyopolis location, like Tokyo Joyopolis, New Joyopolis, and possibly overseas locations. He mentions that for project leaders, experience and the ability to coordinate with various departments and external parties are crucial. Yasu also believes that a good project leader needs to be flexible and have good instincts. The page also spotlights Tokyo Joyopolis approaching, announcing the upcoming opening of Tokyo Joyopolis with a love story concept and new attractions spread across multiple floors, set to open on July 12th. Finally, it showcases some of AM5's notable attractions. These include SEGA Super Circuit, a superscalar-type racing game, AS1, a capsule-type motion simulator, VR1, a head-mounted display VR experience, and Ghost Hunters, a large-scale motion simulator attraction. The text mentions that AM5 prioritizes constantly refining and improving their attractions, highlighting the importance of creating compelling experiences beyond just games. AM6 Research Department Director Mr. Tokinori Yasu discusses metal game development, highlighting the importance of physics and mathematics for creating engaging game mechanics. He joined Sega due to their innovative approach to metal games. AM6 is developing a large-scale derby game, aiming to surpass the Royal Ascot experience. The page lists AM6's representative metal games, categorized as simulated gamble games, e.g., Royal Ascot, Derby Owners Club, and generally progressing games, e.g., AM's Lot Series, Golden Poker Series. Other games mentioned include Exciting Boat Race, Bingo Party, A Ticket Race, West Stand Dream, and Casino Coaster, showcasing AM6's diverse range of metal game offerings. Part 4, still more to come, explores Sega's departments beyond game development, detailing their functions and ideal employees. Each department is analyzed through 5 key questions. The sound team is split into AM2, sound development and tool creation, and CS, sound production, seeking technical sound experts and those with studio experience respectively. Sega Music Network needs communicators with music, PC, and multimedia knowledge. The Multimedia Sales Department wants enthusiastic, communicative individuals for network and multimedia software. The PC Business Department seeks experienced developers and designers. The Toy Business Department requires those interested in toys and electronics with computer knowledge, while the ATP Business Department focuses on customer-focused creatives for amusement parks. This article highlights Sega's varied operations and needed skill sets. This Anything Q&A feature unveils Sega's inner workings. Headquartered near Tokyo's Haneda Airport, the company allows car/bike commuting, though parking is limited. The receptionist staff is a mix of permanent and temporary employees, often eating at their desks. Company marriages are frequent, possibly due to social events, with a male-to-female employee ratio of approximately 7:3. Overseas opportunities in AM2 exist, requiring language skills and adaptability. Employees enjoy discounts on Sega products through employee purchase programs. Part-time to full-time promotion is possible, with local transfer options. The employee cafeteria offers a diverse menu with daily specials. The work environment is relaxed and friendly, fostering social interaction. Sega emphasizes the stimulating, innovative, and exciting nature of the work, particularly testing new games, fostering a sense of positive lock-in among employees. This guide spotlights job opportunities at game companies beyond Sega, targeting those seeking careers in the industry. It features major players like Nintendo, looking for graduates with strong communication and passion for games. Namco, famous for Tekken, is also recruiting. Capcom, known for Street Fighter, seeks developers and emphasizes teamwork. Konami, with titles like Tokimeki Memorial, is hiring across various roles, valuing creativity and planning skills. SNK, associated with Samurai Shodown, needs sales and development staff, promoting a culture of game creation. NEC Interchannel focuses on PC Engine software and values teamwork. ELF, known for PC titles, is hiring for home console game development. Sony Computer Entertainment is briefly mentioned. The guide also addresses common job seeker questions and encourages readers to pursue their passion for game development, emphasizing the joy of creation and contributing to the industry. SEGA Saturn Press highlights upcoming games. New releases include diverse titles like horse racing data game, Sundai Kiba Data Stable, the puzzle game Data Ride, pachinko simulators Geeky, Pachinkers and Iron Hook, and the shooter Terra Cresta 3D. Fighting and sports games like Ultraman Battle, Saint Tail, Big Hurt Baseball, and WrestleMania. The arcade game are also featured. Other genres are represented with Dating Sim, Heart Thumping Club Volume 1, Mahjong Craze Era, Sebe Island, 96, Death Crimson Escape from Isolated City, and Death Throttle. Coming Soon Soft teases titles like Sakura Wars, Sword and Sorcery, and Wizardry Vi V2 Complete.
RPG fans can anticipate Darksaber and Legend of Eldian. Arcade shooters Strikers 1945 and Kingdom Grand Prix are also coming. Other upcoming titles include Moonflower Dream Story Toriko, Gry S2, Crime Scene Photo, What Did the Bound Girls See, Sega Ages, Titles, and more. A large mech image suggests a focus on futuristic games. This page shines the spotlight on Sundai Kiba Data Stable, a horse racing simulation and data game that received a high score of 95%. The game is described as a deep dive into horse racing, allowing players to enjoy the sport from various angles using its extensive database. The page details three main features: database, simulation, and quiz and terminology. The database is massive, containing years of race data, thousands of real-life horses, and even details on trainers and owners. Players can freely search this data. The simulation mode lets you create dream races by setting up your own horse and jockey combinations and racing on various tracks. Finally, the quiz mode, Quiz Seminar, caters to different knowledge levels with classes from beginner to advanced, and includes a glossary with 137 horse racing terms for those who want to learn more. It looks like a comprehensive package for horse racing fans who want to analyze data, simulate races, and test their knowledge. 3 new SEGA Saturn games are reviewed. Data Ride, a mahjong puzzle game, earns a 95% for its simple yet deep gameplay involving tile removal. Strategic depth arises from mastering tile removal methods. Screenshots showcase gameplay. Gekiretsu Pachinko Zoo, a 3D pachinko simulation, receives 80%. This game offers strategy modes and calculates win rates, simulating both pachinko and pachizlo elements. Realistic graphics and nail direction are highlighted. Screenshots include in-game screens and characters. Terra Cresta 3D, a 3D shooting game, scores 40%. It features a combination system, allowing players to merge up to 5 ships. Gameplay highlights the Firebird attack and shield importance.
This article reviews 2 games, both receiving perfect scores. Night Striker S for Sega Saturn is a flawless port of the arcade shooter, lauded for its faithful recreation and the exclusive Extra Game mode, which enhances replayability with altered stage progression and boss battles. Screenshots showcase futuristic vehicles and gameplay details. Jissen Pachislot Hishu Hao Iron Hook, a Sammy-developed simulation game for pachinko and pachizlo, is the second featured title. This game recreates the experience of playing Iron Hook pachizlo machines before their release in parlors.
The game includes authentic reel patterns and win conditions.
It's marketed specifically for pachinko enthusiasts, with access to an exclusive in-game mode requiring a code found on a promotional poster in parlors, and the submission of an application postcard for a chance to win prizes. Screenshots show the game's interface and promotional items. This page introduces 4 new titles coming to the Sega Saturn. First up is Saint Tail, an adventure game from Tomy, currently at 30% completion. It's based around mini-games played during school classes, with a total of 8 planned and 3 being showcased here. A thief-catching game, a monogram puzzle, and a 100-meter race. The game features 6 selectable characters and supports 2-player battles. Next is Big Hurt Baseball from Acclaim Japan, reaching 70% completion and slated for a July release. This baseball game focuses on American Major League Baseball and includes all 28 Major League teams. Frank Thomas of the White Sox is supervising the game, and screenshots show team selection and gameplay featuring players like David Cone and Mike Piazza. The game is highlighted for its realistic graphics using motion capture. Ultraman Battle, Provisional, from Bandai, is a fighting action game at 40% completion, planned for release at the end of the year. It features rendered Ultraman characters battling in polygon-based city environments. The screenshots demonstrate various camera angles, including top-down and ground-level views of the city battles. Finally, there's WrestleMania, the arcade game, also from Acclaim Japan, and at 70% completion, set for a July release. This wrestling game features digital versions of wrestlers like Shawn Michaels, Undertakers, Doink, and Bret Hart. It includes tag team matches, 8 playable wrestlers, and a battle royal mode, emphasizing easy controls and over-the-top wrestling action. Screenshots highlight wrestler selections and in-game combat. This page showcases 3 new games. First up is Kyunkun Club Volume 1 Kinoshita Yu, which is a digital photo book featuring the popular idol Kinoshita Yu. It's presented as a Chrondrum magazine-style product, filled with digital photos of her in outdoor, studio, and private settings, aiming to capture her charm for her fans. Next, we have Mahjong Kyojidai Cebu Island 96, a mahjong game that sets itself apart with polygon graphics for all the visuals, including the girls. This is the 3rd entry in the series, and promises to be a fun experience where players can enjoy mahjong with attractive 3D polygon girls in a Cebu Island setting. The screenshots highlight the mahjong gameplay and the anime-style character designs. Finally, there's Death Crimson, a gun-shooting game set in Europe in 1995.
The story revolves around a mysterious contagious disease and monster outbreaks. You play as Dr. Combat Yoshiaki, who is fighting against these evolving monsters. The game emphasizes intense shooting action and mentions that special functions become available based on continuous play and shooting skills. Screenshots show in-game action with monsters and environments, highlighting the first-person perspective gameplay. Several new game announcements were made. Death Throttle Escape from the Isolated City, a hardcore adult shooting game, is coming to Japan in June. Players drive a taxi through a dangerous city, facing criminals, random encounters, and police chases, with impressive driving and visuals. Puzzle Bobble 2X, Bust-A-Move 2 Arcade Edition, is heading to Saturn with its classic bubble-matching gameplay and an edit mode. Galgen, temporary name, a mahjong game, is also planned for the Saturn, featuring smooth, motion-captured animations. Finally, at E3, SEGA announced Sonic Stream, a new 3D Sonic title, though the Japanese release date is still unknown. This page introduces Sakura Wars, a highly anticipated adventure title from SEGA. It's highlighted as a visual and battle screen reveal, showcasing the game's progress. The article emphasizes the game's setting within the Imperial Theater, built in the 8th year of Taisho era and completed in the 12th year of Taisho era, detailing player movement and exploration inside. We see a map of the Imperial Theater's first floor, labeling various rooms like lodging rooms, staff rooms, offices, terraces, dressing rooms, stage wings, clothing rooms, music rooms, tool rooms, kitchens, dining rooms, large tool rooms, stage, 1 ST floor seating, sales office, and lobby. Screenshots accompany descriptions of some of these rooms. For example, the staff room shows a character who seems to be the staff head, and the office features characters including Ayame Fujieda. The tool room showcases stage equipment, while the clothing room shows stage costumes. The music room displays a character playing the piano, and the dining room shows characters seemingly having a meal. The first floor seating area gives a glimpse into the audience hall. The article promises more information in future issues, including visual command systems and game details. It's setting the stage for players to experience the world of Sakura Wars, focusing on the daily life and interactions within the Imperial Theater before battles commence. The second floor of the Imperial Theater in Sakura Wars is unveiled, providing a detailed map and room descriptions. Notable rooms include the library, salon, and rooms belonging to key characters. Ayame's room reflects her traditional style, while Ogami's, the player's, is tidy. Salon is a communal space. Sakura's and Kana's rooms are typical girls' rooms. Maria's is elegant. Kurenai's suggests studiousness. Iris's is filled with toys. And Sumire's has a mature atmosphere. The hall is grand, and the second-floor seating offers good stage views. These room descriptions, coupled with short dialogues, offer insight into character personalities, enhancing the world-building and building anticipation for the game's exploration. This page dives into the controls for the adventure part of Sakura Wars, emphasizing the importance of using a mouse for gameplay. It highlights that Sakura Wars is compatible with the shuttle mouse and explains the button configurations. The A button is for decisions, B for cancel and help, and C for items and opening the system window. The page details the various cursor shapes and their meanings within the game, showing pixel art icons and in-game screenshots. There's the standard cursor, a looking cursor for examining things with flavor text from IMA, a talking cursor for conversations, and a pushing cursor for interacting with switches and buttons, with dialogue from Iris. Other cursors include a moving cursor appearing when nothing is interactive, a special cursor used when interacting with female characters' chests for a closer look, a taking cursor for picking up items, and a knocking cursor used on doors. Lastly, there's a street cursor shown in a nighttime street scene. The page also praises the game's art style, referring to it as Taisho Roman, and highlighting how it evokes the Taisho era with a blend of Japanese and Western culture. It notes the detailed backgrounds, especially the Ginza 4-Chome street scene with its neon lights, suggesting the game's visual richness and atmosphere. Imperial Combat Review Outbound Process revealed details the pre-battle launch sequence in Sakura Wars. The process begins with a cinematic dust chute transformation, where the Flower Division members change from kimonos into combat suits. This is followed by combat suit change confirmation. The final step, Outbound Preparation Complete, features the LIPS dialogue system. Players, as the captain, issue sortie orders via LIPS choices, with characters like Hanagumi confirming readiness. The launch sequence itself is depicted in a movie, showing Kubu Mecha emerging from underground tunnels, emphasizing the dramatic transition to combat, and highlighting the detailed mecha designs and impressive visuals. The page focuses on this cool and captivating transformation. This page details combat in a likely Sakura Wars game, focusing on unit actions and the turn-based system. The appearance scene of light martial arts describes units' dramatic entrances with unique visual effects. New enemy units, Kurozuko Kuki, are introduced, appearing in the Ueno Park stage, Stage 2. Combat involves choosing actions like movement, attack, special moves, defense, and healing based on the situation. Graphics vary by character. For example, Maria's are distinct. Unit formation and tactics are also crucial. The turn-based system uses action points, AP. Actions like movement and normal attacks cost 1 AP, while special moves cost 2. Agility determines turn order. Strategic depth comes from command choices, defensive actions, and the importance of timing and positioning. This page is an interview with Mr. Takeuchi, the director of Sakura Wars, and it's all about getting players excited with the LIPS system. Mr. Takeuchi mentions that they are currently working on the adventure and simulation parts of the game. He explains the LIPS system is designed to evoke a doki doki feeling in players when making choices, highlighting the importance of player choice in conveying intention. He also touches on the balance between adventure and simulation, stating that while simulation parts are being thoroughly created, the focus is definitely on the adventure side of things. Mr. Takeuchi talks about making the story flow like a TV anime, and mentions that the anime opening is going to be a real eye-catcher. When asked about his favorite character, he mentions Iris, who topped the popularity poll among developers, and also Maria, stating that he likes all the characters. He jokes that the story is influenced by classic anime tropes, and they are trying to make it enjoyable for players. He concludes by saying the animation in the game, especially the explosions, will be high quality, comparing it to Evangelion for its visual appeal. Sword and Sorcery, a SEGA Saturn game nearing release, is complete and showcasing mid-game content. The game features 5 playable characters: Lucian, magic support; Elgort, warrior; Mimanaga, ranged; Kanekon, tank fire; and Biomelters, strong attackers. Combat strategy emphasizes magic and formation. Fireball's power increases with level. Strategic positioning is crucial, with tanks in front and weaker characters behind. Magic is a key element. The game also introduces powerful Magen, demon gods, categorized by elemental types. These entities are found in treasure chests and act as powerful weapons, essential for dealing significant damage to enemies and obtained through various methods. This page highlights the SEGA Saturn game Sword and Sorcery, continuing from the previous page's introduction and showcasing more mid-game content. The narrative progresses as the party, including Lucian, Elgort, and now Mimanaga, journey towards Miradol after navigating Chichipora Cave. The story seems to involve dealing with beastmen and a mysterious woman named Miradol. The page also details item shops in the game, listing weapons like short swords, gladiuses, clubs, and naginatas, alongside their attack power and prices. Similarly, it lists items available at the item shop, such as HP and MP recovery potions, and various armor pieces like leather armor and shields, again with their defense stats and prices. Further down, the page previews the Legion Tower area, where the party faces off against a black warrior. This section mentions Death Shadow and Findy Cycle Castle as significant elements within the game's world, suggesting a challenging encounter in this location. The page ultimately provides a glimpse into the gameplay progression and challenges players can expect in the mid-stages of Sword and Sorcery. This page continues the Sword and Sorcery coverage, diving into different areas and challenges. It starts by highlighting Mimanaga, who apparently can be bought for 100 gold in Wilderness, and details the items available for purchase there, including weapons like crossbows and armor, like leather boots and round shields. The next section focuses on confronting the Shadow Queen in some ruins. The reviewer seems intrigued by her motives and power. This area also has its own set of items to find, like HP and MP recovery items, amulets, and weapons like iron hammers and tridents. Then, the page shifts to the Orcan Shield area, referred to as the Devil's Hand. It lists items purchasable in Wilderness that are Orcan Shield branded, with a table of weapons like daggers, crystal knives, and tomahawks, alongside armor like headgear and ring armor, all with their stats and prices. The text suggests the Orcan Shield is a powerful item connected to a lizardman encounter, and the monsters Katsuo and Eben. Finally, the page talks about defeating Katsuo Eben in the insect-eating hole. This section seems to detail a quest involving Kanekon, a lizardman warrior, who becomes a companion after defeating Katsuo Eben. Items obtainable in this area include a significant amount of gold, full HP/MP recovery items, and powerful equipment like battle mail and sleeper horn. The overall tone suggests the game is progressing into more challenging dungeons and encounters, with a focus on acquiring powerful items and companions. This walkthrough for Shining the Holy Ark details the next steps in the game. First, it covers item acquisition on the Etsnir ship, including gold and recovery items, alongside a battle mace and sleeper horn. Next, the guide points out the Poison Needle, a weapon available for purchase in Krakenbelg with an attack power of +4/8. The Caminal Fear Mine section explains how to unlock the area and recruit Biomekdar, a warrior. Inside the mine, players can find various items like magical boots and fire magic. Raspirtal shop items are then presented, detailing weapons and armor like the lance and iron helm, complete with stats and prices. Finally, a progress flowchart is provided, outlining the game's recommended order of locations from Pinakotheka Tower to the Caminal Fear Mine, guiding players through the adventure. This page is a guide for the Chichipora dungeon in what seems to be Shining the Holy Ark. It's presented as the first dungeon players will encounter, suggesting it's early in the game. The guide recommends mapping out the dungeon and leveling up before venturing too deep, as treasure locations are not immediately obvious. A full map of the dungeon is provided, marked with numbered locations and letters indicating item chests. These chests contain useful items like HP and MP recovery potions, chainmail, earth magic, a strength potion, and 300 gold. A section titled Smash Everything Breakable highlights a gameplay mechanic where players can break rocks in the dungeon using hammer-type weapons. Smashing these rocks can randomly yield items. The text mentions that encountering ogre heads and events in Baba Chop Village are important before progressing to the Miradol area, hinting at the game's storyline progression. Screenshots illustrate characters smashing rocks and obtaining items, showcasing this gameplay feature visually. This page continues the guide, now focusing on the Legion Tower dungeon, which is the next area after the Chichipora dungeon. It's described as having 3 floors, though technically there's a 4th floor just for the boss, Black Warrior. The guide suggests it's fairly straightforward to navigate. We get maps for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, marked with letters A to G, indicating item locations. These items include
HP recovery medicine plus 400, an antidote herb, 500 gold, a crysknife, MP recovery medicine, a wind magic item, and leg support equipment. There's a section explaining how to move a tansu, or cabinet, on the second floor. Apparently, you need to move it to reveal a hidden staircase to access the boss area. The guide hints that pushing from the front might not work, and encourages players to experiment. It also notes that the tansu on the first floor doesn't move, so players shouldn't waste time trying. Finally, there's a little conversation at the bottom, right with a squirrel-like character mentioning something about big news and expressing determination. Below this, it says, "The rest will be in the next issue."
Character creation is vital in Wizardry VIX and version 2. Prioritize strength, STR, due to weight limits, regardless of class. Early party composition should include a Valkyrie for offense/defense and a Bard for sleep spells. A diverse party, with races like elves who gain access to specific equipment, is beneficial. Combat tactics involve understanding weapon ranges and positioning. Melee fighters should be in front, while magic users and support characters stay back. Utilize long-range attacks and special skills, like ninjutsu's hide and block. Evasion-based tactics are effective early on. The game is an RPG scheduled for release around May 31st, priced at 6,800 yen for a single player. This game, likely a wizardry title like Bane of the Cosmic Forge, features a magic system based on elemental categories, fire, water, etc., with spells ranging from level 1 to 7. Strategic spell use is emphasized, including area of effect attacks for combat against groups of up to 5 monsters, 45 max in battle. The game also incorporates a lockpicking system crucial for thieves and rangers, relying on a timing-based mechanic. An early game guide focuses on BCF. It encourages players to open all chests, even second-choice ones, and provides beginner tips for dungeon crawling, emphasizing leveling through combat. The guide hints at helpful NPCs in towns, and suggests revisiting towns after dungeon runs. It highlights the importance of using dungeon springs for HP and MP recovery to facilitate leveling. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Dark Savior. It's highlighted as a role-playing game with a focus on both story and visuals. The game is stated to be 75% complete and is aiming for a summer release at a price of 5,800 yen. It's noted as an action RPG for a single player. Following on from the previous preview, which focused on the underground mine area, this article introduces new locations that will feature in the game, moving from the mid to later stages of the story. These include the ancient ruins, center field, and undercity, and there are screenshots to give a flavor of each location. The text suggests that the story will really pick up pace from this point, unraveling mysteries and character relationships that have been hinted at so far. There is also a large illustration of the character Medulla featured on the page. The game is continuing to emphasize dungeon exploration as seen in the previous page, but expanding into diverse and visually interesting areas. Dark Savior's parallel scenario system allows for significant story branching based on player choices. A key example is aboard the Sea Bandits ship, where the player's decision of who arrives first, Byran or Liut, dictates the path. Not chasing Byran leads to the Beginner Edition, a basic storyline. Chasing Byran creates more branches. Losing to Byran results in the Extra Edition, an unconventional path. Winning against Bishan unlocks the Advanced Edition, designed for experienced players. The Advanced Edition allows for an USO signal, hinting at unexplored developments. The article promises further details on the Advanced Edition in the next issue. This article previews the climax of Albert Odyssey, Legend of Eldine. The reviewer anticipates an emotional story and plans to explore the game's setting and plot in detail. The current narrative involves the protagonist's quest after Radia's kidnapping, leading them to Goat Village and the encounter with Gay. They battle Balan, and now Radria is headed to a floating city. A key section details Bike's party arriving in the west, encountering the sorcerer Estan and Bernard, a wyvern. A battle ensues with Estan attempting to stop Bernard, but Bike chooses to fight. Estan transforms during the fight. The page also reveals lore about the ancient dragon Luger, a powerful immortal being sealed away after the gods' war. It also discusses the Eldine three sisters, Radria, Fatir, and Ernia, sorcerers from Falgasta connected to Luger's lineage, known for the Three Sisters' War.
This page showcases the SEGA Saturn game Strikers, 1945. It's all about saving the world from mysterious enemies after World War II, with some intense aerial shooting action. The game is described as an orthodox scrolling shooter, where you power up and take down tough enemies. The page highlights 3 playable aircraft, each representing a different nation. The German Messerschmitt Bf-109, touted as a mass-produced high-performance fighter with strong formations. The Japanese Mitsubishi, a 6-meter-0, described as the world's best fighter, boasting balanced mobility and effective bombs. And the Japanese Kyushu J-7W Shinden, noted for its unique design and superior mobility and attack power. Each plane has distinct shots and formation attacks, and you can use bombs too. Apparently, the bosses in Strikers 1945 are huge robots. The first 4 stages of the game are randomly selected from locations like Japan, America, Germany, and Russia, meaning each playthrough can feel a bit different in the early stages. The reviewer gives the game a 100% completion score, praising it as a perfect arcade port for the Saturn, highlighting its well-balanced difficulty and impressive opening cinematics. It was slated for release on June 28, priced at 5,800 yen, and is a shooting game supporting 2-player action. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn title, Kingdom Grand Prix, a speedy shooting game where you race rivals while blasting through enemies. The magazine gives it a perfect 100% completion score, calling it a flawless arcade port for the Saturn. They highlight the balanced difficulty and impressive opening scenes.
It was set to launch around June for 5,800 yen and supports 2 players. The reviewer raves about its various elements, including the feeling of exhilaration, speed, boss battles, screen-filling explosions, and innovative systems. Moving on to the stage previews, Stage 1 is hosted by Gain and is set in Basalna City. This stage features powerful, homing-type enemies, and the tip here is to use explosions effectively. Stage 2 is presented by Hostess Chitta and showcases 2 courses, Air Circus and Velmatic Ocean. Air Circus seems to be about aerial combat in a narrow space, while Velmatic Ocean is a water stage with lots of small enemies, suggesting bombs will be useful. Finally, Stage 3 is hosted by Bulgin and Honest John, featuring Crossfire and Outcast Castle courses respectively. Crossfire seems to be a tough stage where rapid-fire weapons are key. Outcast Castle actually has 2 hosts, Honest John and Miyamoto, and appears to have 2 different enemy types described. One fire-based and homing, and another laser-based with explosive effects. The reviewer seems to enjoy the visual spectacle of explosions in the Miyamoto section. The page ends with a phrase, "For those who couldn't become heroes." This page continues the preview of the upcoming shooter, Kingdom Grand Prix. Stage 4 is hosted by Bornum, who warns about strong horizontal attacks in Deeply Dungeon and recommends fire weapons. The Cold Corridor stage is described as icy with breakable objects and suggests that treasures can be found by destroying things, but you need to be quick to grab them. Stage 5's hostess is Nirvana, who highlights homing attacks and enemies unaffected by terrain in her stages, Forest of Dead and Strato Storm. She also mentions fire weapons are effective. Forest of Dead is described as having continuous waves of enemies and worm-like creatures. Stratostorm takes place in the clouds, with enemies appearing from below, and you'll need weapons that can deal concentrated damage. Finally, Stage 6 is hosted by Kickle and Lakel, who are apparently 2 players in 1 character. Their stages are Yashiki of Ninja and Kobold's Tower. For Yashiki of Ninja, they mention various traps and karakuri dolls. They suggest using fire attacks against the stage boss. Kobold's Tower is set at night in a city and then moves to space. They point out the unusual combination of medieval weapons and space backgrounds. They also hint at a powerful beam attack from the boss and advise players to be directly in front of it to avoid damage. Gekka Mugen Tan Toriko, a full CG adventure game from SEGA, is slated for release on June 28 for 6,800 yen. The game, currently 80% complete, will span 2 discs and features beautiful graphics and a unique atmosphere. The original story and cooperation are led by Mr. Takeuchi Kenji, while Mr. Nojima Shinji handles the opening and ending music. An interview with Mr. Takeuchi reveals this is his first game-related project, despite being a gamer himself. He enjoys RPGs and simulations and admits to a potentially evil playstyle. He found creative freedom in adventure games. Takeuchi describes the game's world with two distinct towns and aims to evoke mystery. He also requested kawaii character designs. His preference for stories where he can inflict suffering on the protagonist is evident, as he explores the collapse of the protagonist's identity and the villain's perspective. The interview concludes with a question about whether this dark side is reflected in the game. This page is showcasing the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Gekka Mugen Tan Toriko, a full CG adventure game. The story is about Fred, a man who has lost his memories and ends up in a town controlled by Gordon. After being imprisoned and escaping once, Fred is captured again and given a deadly mission: to find the Moon Town. If he fails, he's told he will die. The page also features an interview with Yuji Nomi, who is responsible for the game's opening and ending music. He mentions his background in music and how he started working with computers and games. He's been interested in computer games, especially adventure games, since the Super Famicom days. He talks about the advantages of CREDROMs for game music, allowing for direct CD quality sound, which makes development easier for him. Nomi discusses how he aimed to create a mysterious atmosphere for Gekka Mugen Tan Toriko and uses music to amplify the game's emotional impact. He believes games have the potential to surpass movies because of player interaction and the different ways players react, making game music a more dynamic and engaging medium. He feels that games can offer a greater sense of freedom for music creation compared to movies. The Sega Saturn version of Darius 2 features large oceanic boss enemies. This page spotlights 3. Hypersting, CC30, found in the Sun stage, has multiple soft bodies with mouth weak points. Alloy Lantern, CB10, a one-eyed fish from water stages, requires attacks from behind due to its armored front. Driosa WM, CC40, from gold stages, is heavily armored, and players should target its moving parts. The page also highlights the zoom system, presented as a core game feature, not just visual enhancement, that enhances gameplay. Developers emphasize playfulness alongside technical elements. Darius 2 is a two-player horizontal scrolling shooting game, slated for a complete release on June 7th for 5,800 yen. The Sega Saturn version of Darius 2 introduces 6 new bosses. Red Crab, BN80, a giant crab with moving pincers, inhabits the moon stages. Yamato, FB30, a battleship-like enemy, appears in the K and M zones. Grand Octopus, CA60, attacks from the fire stages, with its eyes and mouth as weak points. Ligane, F407, a sea urchin-like creature, is found in zones L, N, and O. Biostrong, ZZ1X, an embryo-like entity, appears in the wood stages, V and Z. Finally, Little Stripes, Wu27, an aggressive angelfish, can be found in the wood stages, W, X, and Y. The page also showcases smaller enemies like Sela, Otsuko, and Piranha, emphasizing the game's diverse enemy roster. This page is all about the game Photograph of a Crime, highlighting why it's more than just your average digital novel and boasts high replayability. The page emphasizes its multi-story structure, where your choices drastically change the scenario, making each playthrough unique. You navigate through text and make choices at key moments that branch the story in different directions. The game has 3 save files, allowing you to revisit chapters and explore different storylines at your own pace. A unique feature mentioned is the photo shoot mode, where you can take pictures of girls in various poses. You collect these photos to build an album and aim for 100% completion. The page suggests this photo mode adds another layer of enjoyment and depth to the game. It was released on June 14th, is priced at 6,800 yen, is an adventure game for one player, and recommended for ages 18 and up. The overall tone is enthusiastic, promoting the game as a text adventure that offers substantial replay value and engaging content beyond a single playthrough. Photograph of a Crime introduces a cast of characters with intertwined relationships. Freelance cameraman Gota Takeshi, photographer for the idol group Otomegumi, is described as reliable, though his reputation is questioned. Otomegumi members Rei, leader, Maki, cute, and Shoko, intellectual, each have distinct personalities. Stylist Nemura Chieko is stylish and skilled but strict. Editor Akata Ryoichi is reliable but stubborn. The Otomegumi manager, Tashiro Takeshi, is skilled but often foolish, becoming serious when the idols are threatened. Pension owner Nakagawa Kyosuke, plagued by illness, has a tense relationship with his wife, Nakagawa Kyuko. Tanji, a mysterious man living nearby, hints at a deeper involvement in the unfolding events. The relationship diagram underscores these connections, promising a complex and suspenseful plot. This page is showcasing Homework is Plenty Aru, which is described as a quiz and puzzle game compilation, a sequel to I Forgot My Homework. It's designed to be enjoyable for families and players who like challenging quiz battles without needing to use continues. The game is advertised as a masterpiece quiz and puzzle combination and is nearing completion. The page mentions it's part of the SEGA Ages series, specifically the first volume, and includes both sound and puzzle elements. They've increased the question count and volume significantly compared to the previous game, Homework wo Washur Mashita, reaching 220% volume. It's slated for release in May, priced at 4,800 yen, and developed by Very, supporting 2 players. The game focuses on quizzes about childhood memories, asking questions about things from different eras of your childhood. It features a time-slip gameplay mode where you relive childhood memories through stages, encountering familiar people and events. Successfully answering quizzes allows you to progress and potentially reach the ending. There's also a bonus game styled after a festival stall where you can win prizes in a Lucky Dip style game. The questions will change based on your age group, with different era-specific questions, for example, focusing on things popular in the 30s or 60s and beyond, to test the player's knowledge of their own generation. This page is all about puzzle and action, Tantur, highlighting it as the game that ignited the puzzle game boom and part of the popular AR series. It's packed with mini-games, 16 types plus some extra, designed for competitive and party play, especially fun for couples due to its balanced difficulty. The game selection is done through a roulette, but with a twist. It's rigged to pick the mini-games you're not so good at. They're showcasing a bunch of these mini-games. Image swap, where you rearrange scrambled panels to form a picture, and Exciting Robot Factory, where you assemble robot parts from a blueprint, noted as a challenging 2-player game. There's also a bonus stage where you dodge bombs and collect windmills to gain lives. Other mini-games include Startled Flower, a hat shuffle game, Billy Jewel for jewel matching, Block and Roll about stacking blocks, How Many Stanley Cubes testing your 3D perception, and the quirky Quite Hairy Kiki Koku, a button-mashing balloon-catching game. For newcomers to the series, they explain that Tantur is the second in the AR series, following Ichidantur. They mention Tantur is a bit easier than Ichidantur, casting you as a detective knight. Looking ahead, they tease SANDR as the third entry, now on Saturn, with improved polygon graphics thanks to the STV arcade board, featuring boss battles and putting you in the shoes of a soldier. It seems like they're really pushing the AR series as a must-have puzzle action experience. This page introduces Pachislo Daikuryaku, Universal Museum for the SEGA Saturn, a dedicated Pachislot simulator. It is highlighted as a must-have for fans of Universal brand Pachislot machines, featuring a collection of 12 popular models. The game aims for realism, offering detailed simulations and focusing on strategy and data analysis rather than a story mode. The page showcases several key features. Firstly, it emphasizes the game's analytical tools, with data and graphs to track play, showing things like play counts, payout rates, and win percentages. It also has configuration options to adjust game settings, including real speed and sound. There's a book data section that further delves into game data analysis. Interestingly, it also includes a section explaining the difference between number 4 machines and number 3 machines in Pachislot history, offering some background for players. The reviewer seems positive about the game, emphasizing its completeness as a Pachislot simulator and its value for SEGA Saturn owners interested in Pachislot gaming. This page reviews Pachislo Daikuryaku, Universal Museum, comparing 12 simulated Pachislot machines. The game strives for realism, as seen with machines like Cranky Condor, which simulates the skill needed to avoid replays. Golden Flipper's payouts are adjusted to be more generous. Fan is praised for its rarity and A-type gameplay. Others include King of Carib, Type B, Eve X, high payout, and Solex 2, Bell Rush focused. Continental, a high gambling machine, feels milder in-game, while Continental 2 offers Heaven after a losing streak. Liberty Bell IV and I are discussed
as is Tropicana 7X, Nostalgic Type 1.5, with its strategic gameplay, and Firebird 7U, a vintage machine. Each description includes real strip images, emphasizing visual accuracy and capturing classic patch-a-slot experiences.
This page introduces Kenran Butai Uranai Kyudai, which translates to something like Fortune-Telling Brothers Glamorous Stage, a 4-player mahjong game for the Sega Saturn. It's described as a serious mahjong game, despite featuring very strange characters. The page highlights different characters. Kendo Taro, the main character, is described as a fortune-telling monkey prince.
Flamingo Tachigachin is a girl who seems to use tarot for fortune-telling. Renjoji Kyojumaru is introduced as Taro's younger brother and a prince of Renjoji Castle. Señorita de Freesia is described as the most beautiful woman in the galaxy and a TV personality. Uru is a cute, mysterious creature always drawing attention. And Damaru Goro is a happy creature from a blue star who constantly sheds red liquid. Renjoji Kijimaru is another prince from Renjoji Castle. The game features a story mode where players can uncover the secrets of each character. There's also a free play mode for straightforward mahjong matches. The page mentions that the characters might seem comical, but the mahjong game itself is authentic, allowing for rule customization and in-game graphics and speech that enhance the experience. Finally, there's a section detailing the history of the Uranai Kyudai series, explaining that it started from a meeting at the publisher U-Media, evolving from a talk show to a game series, with content in magazines and events. They even mention a phone number for inquiries about joining their fan club. This page is all about the upcoming Sega Saturn game called Cyberdoll. It's being hyped as a sci-fi super RPG, a cyberpunk RPG from IMAX and BTOP. The game is set in a future where a strange disease called MLD is widespread, causing humans to mutate into cyborgs or monsters known as Dark Visitors. The story begins when the protagonist, a member of a special Dark Visitor debugging unit called Cold Sleeve, awakens. He meets a mysterious amnesiac woman named Layla, and they get caught up in events involving Dark Visitors. The page suggests the story revolves around their encounter and the fate that awaits them. Gameplay-wise, it seems to be a command-based RPG, with battles focusing on targeting different body parts of enemies' head, body, arms, and legs, each with its own HP. You can attack, use items, search, and escape. It looks like you can collect parts from defeated enemies to power up your own character, customizing your body and abilities. The reviewer seems excited about the deep gameplay system and the ability to strengthen your character by collecting parts. The page also mentions the game is 70% complete and scheduled for release around July 26th at a price of 6,800 yen. It highlights the battle scenes and the focus on creating a strong main character through part collection as key features.
The Sega Saturn game Night Truth is an upcoming occult mystery adventure set in a school, featuring paranormal phenomena and multiple endings. The latest previews showcase new screenshots and details about the game's atmosphere and scenario, including the main character and tense classroom scenes. Ahead of the main game, a special edition, The Making of Night Truth, will release on June 28th for 2,480 yen. This edition includes exclusive content like a special opening and ending movie, music, voice actor interviews, Q&As, character introductions, artwork, and setting materials. Pre-ordering is recommended due to limited availability. The theme songs for The Making of will be performed by Miho Miyajo, Kyoko Hikami, and Akiya Mizuromai. The game's story begins with a girl found burned to death, sparking an investigation by 5 characters, including a shrine maiden, uncovering a supernatural mystery. This page delves into J.League Pro Soccer Club O Tsukuru Road to Sega Cup Volume 2, offering a guide on building the ultimate soccer club. It presents a club diagnosis section, analyzing a sample club named Mistral Tokyo, represented by Aoki Tsurugi. This club is characterized as a European-style team focused on strong players, prioritizing attack but with a weaker defense, and excelling in penalty shootouts. The diagnosis section breaks down the strengths and weaknesses of Mistral Tokyo across different player positions, like goalkeepers, Kawaguchi, defenders, Nakamura, midfielders named Sheishi, and forwards Dunga, highlighting their individual skills and team dynamics. The advice section provides guidance on player development and achieving team balance, emphasizing the importance of understanding player characteristics
and nurturing their abilities. There's a password section offering in-game content and a J.Pro news update announcing the SEGA Cup tournament. The page also includes a call for readers to submit their own clubs for diagnoses in future magazine issues, inviting them to send in their club data, passwords, and comments to the magazine. This page is an advertisement for a managerial position at Red Company, located in West City Avenue and led by Hiroi Oji. It's presented in a queue and a format where the magazine interviews a representative from Red Company named Hojo about the recruitment. Red Company is described as an amazing place to work, even more so than Okumura's department. They are currently hiring one manager, but might consider two if the applicant is female. Experience isn't essential, and they welcome applications from people aged 18 and over. The company emphasizes meritocracy and values face-to-face communication. The average employee age is around 26. Red Company is looking for people who are currently feeling unfulfilled in their work and are driven by global ambition and continuous progress. The advertisement also includes a table detailing the job specifics, such as working hours from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., negotiable salary determined individually, location in Tokyo, and benefits like social insurance, bonuses, and company housing. Red Company is involved in planning and developing toys, games, radio programs, events, and even writing novels and comics. To apply, interested individuals need to send a resume and a self-promotion document to the specified address by June 28. Hiroi Oji himself gives a message, describing Red Company as a place for concept planners and multi-creators involved in various media like games, radio, internet, novels, and comics. He encourages readers to never forget their dreams and emphasizes enjoying both work and life at Red Company. This profile piece, "This is how I joined Red Company," quote, chronicles a day in the life of Okumura Kita from Red Company's sales department. His routine includes workspace cleaning, client calls, lunch, sales visits, and even naps in the office nap room, a perk he previously lacked. Mr. Kitajo, Okumura's boss, commends his approachability, positivity, and communication skills, jokingly highlighting his loud voice. The page features an illustrated, whimsical office layout, including rooms like the Brain Room and Drill Tank Garage. It suggests a connection to game development, with a mention of the game Far East of Eden 2. The profile concludes with a lighthearted, off-the-record talk section, discussing office gossip with topics such as female employees, weight, and unique skills, offering a casual tone to the profile. This page is a big reveal of a project called Ancient God Family Baharan, a comical horror fantasy that's been in the works for 7 years. The story is set in Japan and involves a super ancient civilization, the Ancient Things, who used to rule Earth. Now, the chosen hero lineage, the Baharan family, is tasked with sealing away enemy robots to bring peace. The page shows character designs, including a young boy who is described as having the spirit core of Baharan Robo in his pendant. There are also designs for the Baharan Robo Mecha itself, highlighting its boomerang weapon that can manipulate clouds for aerial surfing. The game seems to blend ancient mythology with mecha action, set within a Nepal zone, where the god of Baharan protects the world using ancient science. The developers mentioned this project was originally intended as an anime, but evolved into a game. They tease more details to come, suggesting family dynamics will be a key part of the story. The next issue promises a cup stacking challenge, which sounds like a fun, lighthearted feature following this game reveal. This page serves as an introduction to a SEGA Saturn software guide, titled SEGA Saturn Soft Complete Guide. It features an illustration of anime-style characters, including nurses and a doctor, in front of a hospital setting. The guide promises detailed game information to enhance player enjoyment. The page lists games covered in the guide, including Beyond Oasis, as Thor, Legend of the Spirit King, Mahjong titles Tokimeki Mahjong Graffiti and Super Real Mahjong PVI, the shoot-'em-up Metal Black, Panzer Dragoon Zwei, the tactical RPG Fita Remake, Emblem of Justice, and the horror-adventure game Yagami Family. The guide aims to provide strategies and information for a variety of genres, catering to diverse SEGA Saturn gamers. This guide offers combat advice for Beyond Oasis players struggling with its action, particularly boss battles. It highlights weapon-specific techniques not always detailed in the game manual. The core focus is on mastering different weapon commands. The short sword allows for a 3-hit combo, forward back, forward plus B, and a spinning attack. rotating DPAD plus B. The longsword boasts a powerful, albeit tricky combo. Rotate DPAD, forward plus B. And a dash attack. Double tap DPAD plus B. The bow excels at range, with arrows fired further by pressing B and a direction, and multi-arrow attacks. Forward plus B. Finally, the staff/wand provides strong magic through the forward plus B command and a jump attack. Jump plus B.
Mastering these techniques is crucial for success.
This page from the e-guide section is all about Beyond Oasis and gives you some combat tips for the boss of the Sound Temple, called Tim. Apparently, Tim is quite small and not very powerful when you can actually see him, but the problem is he likes to hide. When he's visible, the guide recommends using special moves for continuous attacks to take him down. If you manage to defeat Tim, you'll be rewarded with the Sound Spirit Brass, which will become your ally. The page also touches on the story, mentioning that Miura's true identity is revealed, and the narrative is moving towards its climax. It seems Ordon has been defeated, and the text also highlights that there will be plenty of mid-bosses to face as you progress through the game. This page is all about a time attack event for Beyond Oasis, or Enchant Park as it's known here. It's the second round of the Rock Rolling Time Attack Challenge, and focuses on a hidden stage called Demon Space. The page is giving players hints on how to find this secret area within the Rock Rolling Race stage, saying it's in one of the Demon Space locations, secluded and accessible by defeating enemies blocking the path. Speed is the key.
There's also staff advice for the time attack. Tip 1 suggests mastering the Wind Spirit staff to gather energy, emphasizing rhythmic button presses and energy ball timing for efficient energy tank refills. Tip 2 focuses on precise Wind Spirit staff usage for rock rolling, suggesting players practice line tracing and experiment with angles. They even mention that Rox and Leon's position might shift, requiring adjustments. The page announces the deadline for the time attack submissions is June 13th, and they want photos of your in-game time display. Top players will win prizes. Finally, in the editor's corner, they're talking about the rock rolling race and encouraging players to master the Thor challenges, suggesting more secrets will be revealed as you progress. The next page dives into Tokimeki Jansu, Year-End Angels, a mahjong game. It looks like a strategy guide, focusing on how to conquer the last two opponents. It mentions 3 sisters came to play, and now only 2 remain. It seems the goal is to beat these girls at mahjong, even on hard difficulty, to experience something special with them afterwards. The page introduces 2 characters, Aitsuki Ran and Kasumi. Ran is described as a slightly childish and cute girl type. Her vital stats are listed as 160 centimeters tall, B81, 59 per hour 82. Kasumi is described as a pure and innocent lady who seems immune to opponents' attacks, also with vital stats of 163 centimeters tall, B81, 59 per hour 82. Both character descriptions highlight their personalities in the context of mahjong play, and also include suggestive images and text, hinting at undressing themes related to winning. There's a one-point advice section offering mahjong strategy, suggesting the girls play predictably using reach, piece, and tanyao strategies, especially early on. It advises that open reach is hard to deal with, but chasing reach is effective. However, it also mentions that this time, they might fold, so standard reach might be reliable. An options section explains in-game settings, mentioning things like automatic tile display and customizing sound effects, including a funny, "Thank you for your hard work" voice sample after losing. It seems aimed at players wanting a more personalized mahjong experience. This page introduces Super Real Mahjong PV, revealing the poster girl's identity as Chris Garland, who is 23 years old and the final opponent in the game. There's a section called Chris's True Face Interview, where she introduces herself. She's described as being born on August 18th, 23 years old, B-type blood, and 172 centimeters tall, with 935,889 measurements. Chris mentions she's half Japanese, half American, and graduated from a university in Western America, majoring in literature. Her hobbies are fitness and exploring historical sites, and she likes Japanese-style rooms. Another section features a conversation between 2 girls, Yukari and Mari, in Z Girl's Inside Story. They are talking about the mahjong game. Yukari mentions that Mr.
Tohita's mahjong classroom is becoming unavailable monthly. Mari agrees that the New Year's visit to shrines is important. Yukari says mahjong is fun, and she wants to meet various people through it. Marie says that problems are interesting, especially as she's turning 24, and it's still early days to be noisy about it. She mentions wanting a younger brother like the Roar of Dragon type.
Yukari mentions that Mr. Tohita said he would introduce someone else, and Marie responds that she wants to meet them, and she's getting a little excited. They seem to be discussing their experiences and enjoyment playing mahjong, and looking forward to new opponents or experiences in the game. The page also includes game screenshots and character artwork of Chris Garland in different outfits. This page is a strategy guide for the SEGA Saturn game Metal Black. It emphasizes that memory is the most crucial skill for conquering the shooter, particularly memorizing enemy placement and attack patterns. It highlights the strategic use of the max beam, recommending concentrated beams for boss fights and spread beams for handling groups of smaller enemies. The guide divides the stages into comparatively easy, stages 1, 3, and 4, and slightly difficult, stages 2, 5, and 6. Stage 2 is noted for its boss rush, while stage 5, surprisingly, is described as potentially tougher than the final stage, due to its complex terrain and enemies appearing from all directions. Stage 6, the final stage, is said to be manageable if you've learned the game well up to that point. Specific one-point strategies are given for stages 2, 5, and 6. For stage 2, it suggests using spread beams against the boss. Stage 5 requires careful navigation of the terrain and dealing with enemies coming from above and below. Stage 6, the final stage, is about applying everything you've learned. Finally, the page mentions that Metal Black has two different endings, a bad end and a good end, encouraging players to explore both. This guide is from Sieving in 1996 and licensed by Taito Corporation.
This page delves into the dragon growth system in Panzer Dragoon 2 Zwei. It details how your dragon evolves through 5 stages based on your play level, starting from Dragon Hatch, then Dragon Glide, Dragon Red Wing, Dragon Armonite, and finally, Dragon Brigade Wing. These are categorized for beginners, intermediate, and advanced players. There's also a sudden evolution aspect for higher-level players to achieve hidden forms, and this page highlights the Dragon Skydart as a newly discovered hidden form. The page mentions a performance-up extra form of the Dragon Skydart, triggered under certain conditions, possibly referencing page 200 for details. This extra form boosts the dragon's speed and lock-on capabilities significantly, increasing lock-ons to 12 targets, and introduces a new ability called Berserk, along with visual changes to shots and lasers, shifting from orange to blue. The page teases that there might be even more forms to discover in the game. It's all about mastering the dragon's evolution to become a more powerful force in Panzer Dragoon 2 Zwei. This page is titled Pandora's Box and reveals further unlockable features in Panzer Dragoon 2 Zwei, specifically for opening the third flag. To unlock this third flag, you need to clear one of the following conditions.
Have a total playtime of 10 hours or more, achieve a total cleared game, no, of 5 or more, or maintain a best shotdown ratio of 90% or higher. Unlocking this Pandora's box reveals several new features. Firstly, under episode, both epilogue and staff roll become accessible from stages 3 to 5. For dragon options, the 4th form Armonite E and the 5th form Brigade Wing are now selectable from the start. In life settings, there are 2 extreme gauge options. 0, where you die in one hit, and another where the gauge fills up and you revive as Phoenix, accompanied by the dragon's roar. The Berserk mode introduces a 0 type, which disables Berserk usage, and no limit, an unlimited Berserk mode after initial use. Tornado mode allows for left and right rotations during normal gameplay, accessible by rapidly pressing L or R buttons in Berserk mode. For lasers, a new laser type is added, with 5 variations including Full Auto, BCG, Heavy, BCTRL, and Normal. Sight mode introduces high-speed option for faster lock-on, while Special offers even more unique gameplay. Lastly, the pause menu now allows in-game setting changes for sight and radar within the instrument mode. This guide explains how to maximize your game score, focusing on clear point, route point, and technical point. Technical points are earned through shot down ratios. Episode 3, Joyous Stage,
Awards technical points based on enemy defeat counts for different routes. Episode 4, the biggest branch in growth, determines future forms, with a maximum of 6 points. Achieving 15 or more total points by the end of Episode 4 unlocks hidden forms. Your total point impacts your growth form. 6+ points in an episode unlocks the third form, while 15+ total points in Episode 4 unlocks hidden forms. Successfully completing routes in Episode 4 and achieving a high shotdown ratio is crucial for unlocking the best forms. This guide provides gameplay and scoring tips for a Panzer Dragoon game, focusing on Episodes 5 and 6. In Episode 5, pattern recognition is key. Players gain technical points for enemy destruction, with higher scores for more kills. Score color changes based on lock-on count and enemy type, with red indicating bonuses. Achieving 18 or more total points by Episode 6 unlocks a form change. Episode 6 emphasizes similar technical point scoring. The guide also suggests using alternative controllers. Mission sticks offer precise control and button customization, while racing controllers enable simultaneous shot and burst actions. Shuttle mice facilitate micro-adjustments for aiming. Advanced players can use dual mission sticks for cooperative play. This page delves into the Libra system of FIDA Remake, Emblem of Justice, and offers gameplay tips. The Libra value is a hidden stat that changes based on your actions in battle, influencing your character's alignment towards law or chaos. Successfully completing mission objectives raises your Libra towards law, while disregarding them and focusing on defeating enemies pushes it towards chaos. Your Libra alignment affects the character titles you get and even the game's ending. The page then details gameplay differences based on your alignment. Choosing the law path means prioritizing mission objectives, while the chaos path encourages you to ignore objectives and focus on combat. Battle map tips are provided for both paths, emphasizing tactical positioning of units, understanding enemy formations, and using terrain to your advantage. It suggests focusing fire on key enemies and effectively utilizing recovery units, specifically mentioning characters like Brian, Eileen, and Dora, and their special attacks. It also highlights the importance of magic and range in combat. Finally, the page gives advice on training recovery members like Ellis and Abraria. Since they are vulnerable in combat, the focus should be on having them heal allies to gain experience, careful MP management, and using higher-level healing magic when facing significant damage. This guide section for the FIDA Remake focuses on early game mechanics and the beginning of the story. Players are advised to consider equipment variety, limited shop stock, and equip strong weapons. Crucial battle considerations include magic resistance, affected by terrain, and mobility alongside defense. The guide suggests bypassing some battles using the retreat command to save time or maintain a high Libra value for a lawful playthrough. The opening sequence details Brian and Eileen's escape, with Dora appearing on turn 2. Players should fight strategically near the starting point in Area 1. Finally, the guide introduces 3 neutral-aligned characters: Brian, human swordfighter; Eileen, wolfring swordfighter; and Dora, foxling archer, detailing their race, class, and special skills to inform combat strategies. This page details Areas 1 and 2 of FIDA Remake, calling Area 1 Active Duties Compensation and Area 2 Devil's Palace. Area 1 introduces 4 characters: Dandarlis, who's a lizardman soldier; Eris Woodland, an Alcedian nurse; El Norsewind, an elf sorcerer, and another character whose name is partially obscured. For each character, their race, class, elemental attribute, and special skill are listed. Screenshots from Area 1 show in-game action and mission objectives. Area 2 is described as the real FIDA starting point, where Brian and his team become formal combatants. It seems to introduce demi-humans as enemies related to the Empire's experiments. 4 new characters are presented for Area 2. Sheen Raidberg, a Clonus wingfighter; Royce Hegmeyer, a human swordfighter; Christopher Digdud, a human centaur ruler; and Ryukan, another human character with the class of Sowfighter. Similar to Area 1, each character's race, class, attribute, and special skill are detailed, along with screenshots showcasing Area 2's gameplay and mission objectives. It appears this page is expanding on the character introductions and giving a glimpse into the early areas players will explore in FIDA Remake. This page introduces Area 3 and Area 4 of FIDA Remake, titled Sand Dust Dance and Jackal Operation respectively. Area 3 is set in a sandy terrain where movement is restricted, and enemies are plentiful. The game recommends utilizing mobile units like centaurs and flying units to navigate this area effectively. 4 characters are highlighted for Area 3. Shamal, a Leo Swordman, Jetto Crowney, a Garudal Dragon Knight, Ginny Rockwell, a Centaur Trooper, and Tita Blade, a Griffiths Air Trooper. Each character's class and special skill is noted, such as Shamal's Piercing Fang Strike and Jetto Crowney's Thunder Press. Area 4, Jackal Operation, is described as the final stage of the Gilmore Liberation War, featuring high-level enemies and dangerous magic users. 2 new characters are introduced for this area. Area Carmine Lake, an elf nurse, known for healing magic like Remedy 3 and Treat 2, and Arby Hextwall, a Karkle Beaknuckle fighter, who uses the powerful Raging Blow skill. The page uses screenshots to showcase the desert environments of Area 3 and the more advanced stages of Area 4. Overall, this page continues to delve into the character introductions and area details for FIDA Remake, giving players a glimpse into the challenges and characters they will encounter in these later stages of the game. This guide explains how to use charts to navigate the game. People of Nomura Hospital. The charts, crucial for experiencing all scenarios and endings, utilize codes to map out branching story paths. Letters, A, B, C, denote player choices, and X means to avoid the option, while Z signifies a save point or significant divergence. Numbers indicate command repetition, and lines and arrows visually represent the choices.
Special notations in parentheses or circles offer extra instructions. The goal is not just to reach all endings, but to explore every branching point. Charts 6 and 7 detail actions in different hospital locations like the hospital room, director's office, lobby, nurse center, and rooftop, emphasizing patient interactions and information gathering related to the director's death. The charts guide players through these choices, using a variety of codes and symbols. This page continues the strategy guide for People of Nomura Hospital, focusing on gameplay charts to navigate the branching story paths. Chart 8 gives choices in the hospital room and director's office, focusing on dialogues with characters and observing the environment. Chart 9 details actions within the hospital room again, and a condition branch related to meeting someone in Chart 6. Chart 10 further explores the hospital room with interactions and condition branches related to meeting Momoko. There's also a section labeled 0.1 inch, which advises players that the charts are just guides, and the real fun is playing and figuring things out. It suggests experimenting with different choices to see how the story unfolds, noting that even choosing the same option multiple times might lead to different outcomes based on prior choices, encouraging players to explore various paths and be mindful of their decisions. Chart 11 then continues with choices in the hospital room or under the eaves, involving reactions and dialogue options, as well as choices in the director's room, continuing to guide the player through the game's branching narrative. This page continues the strategy guide for People of Nomura Hospital, with charts 12, 13, and 14. Chart 12 presents scenarios in various locations, like an unspecified place where you visit the nurse center, the rooftop where you approach from behind and observe, and a save point. Chart 13 details condition branches based on making promises with either Bimi or Chisato, hospital room scenarios where you secure time and go to the nurse center or lobby for coffee, and information about a bad ending. Chart 14 further expands on condition branches depending on whether you went to the lobby in Chart 13. It outlines specific choices and outcomes in scenarios labeled A, B, C, and D, involving interactions with characters and decisions like pouring poison ampoule, asking about man's charm, and listening to a voice calling from the rooftop. The section labeled Point 2 discusses how to use the large decision-making table effectively. It emphasizes that while charts are guides, the fun is in exploring the game and making choices. It mentions the importance of on-site selection and how choices in Chart 13's lobby influence subsequent events, leading to either happy or bad endings, and highlighting the shoe item obtained in the break room as a key factor. This page continues the People of Nomura Hospital Strategy Guide, now moving on to charts 15, 16, 17, and 18. Chart 15 explores various locations, including the patient room, basement, Momo's room, and the nurse center, detailing branching paths based on whether you have items like shoes or surgical instruments. You'll be making choices by asking questions and listening to stories, which can lead to different scenarios in the patient room and basement, and ultimately, bad endings. Chart 16 focuses on a rest area and the nurse center,
outlining conditions related to conversations and save points. Chart 17 guides you through more basement and lobby scenarios, with decisions impacting your progress, also mentioning room 208. Chart 18 revisits the patient room and an unspecified location, leading to further bad endings and save points. Point 3 specifically talks about the bad endings in People of Nonomura Hospital, revealing there are a total of 9 types with subtle variations across all the charts. It highlights that Chart 15 ending number 5 and Chart 20 ending number 9 each have 3 different patterns, summing up to 13 bad endings in total. The guide emphasizes the complex branching nature of the game and how difficult it can be to experience all the endings, posing the question of what specific conditions trigger these variations. There's a screenshot showing a scene related to these endings. Charts 19 and 20 of the People of Nomura Hospital guide detailed branching paths influencing the game's numerous endings. Chart 19 focuses on choices within the director's office and condition branches, impacting the story via actions like syringe use and calling for help. Chart 20 presents scenarios in the patient room and rooftop, influenced by item use, weather, and previous choices, with specific markers for bad endings. The epilogue reveals numerous bad endings, including variations, highlighting the game's complex branching narrative, and hinting at a hidden password. The director's interview with Elf's Mr. Hida explains why the game was chosen for the Elf Selection series. Hida discusses the game's multi-scenario structure, claustrophobic setting, and player-driven choices. He expresses satisfaction with the Saturn version, noting the importance of sound and visual atmosphere, despite some changes. This queue and a section for People of Nomura Hospital clarifies gameplay elements. Players are guided on encountering key character Momoko, finding items like a key from Rieko, and surgical instruments via a promise to Chiari. The bed machine triggers bad endings, and accessing the garbage dump requires specific choices. The guide also clarifies that Chart 20 doesn't automatically result in a bad ending. The page also includes an interview with Direction of Saturn titles. The developers discuss creating worthwhile games within rating guidelines, their move to the console market, and the opportunities it offers. They aim to create original and engaging content for SEGA Saturn players, emphasizing the importance of producing quality games for their audience. This page is dedicated to an interview with Yu Suzuki, the head of AM2 Research, focusing on Virtua Fighter 3. It's mentioned that since the AOU show in February, where Virtua Fighter 3 was highlighted, the game is nearing completion. The interview reveals a new male character for Virtua Fighter 3, described as a Debushi type, and talks about the process of character design and image creation. Yu Suzuki discusses the use of Saturn's expansion abuse for network play, hinting at possible future online capabilities for Virtua Fighter. He emphasizes the importance of maintaining a smooth 60 frames per second gameplay experience, similar to Virtua Fighter 2. The interview touches upon the development progress and the excitement surrounding the almost complete state of Virtua Fighter 3. The page also showcases an image of a new female character dressed in traditional Japanese clothing, emphasizing the Japanese beauty aspect. It concludes with the idea that everything starts from a single illustration in game development. This page continues the interview with Yu Suzuki about Virtua Fighter 3, where they discuss character design. Suzuki mentions drawing inspiration from animals, like a hawk, and stresses the importance of smooth, 60 FPS animation, similar to Virtua Fighter 2. They also touch upon the new character's name and image, linking it to Japanese beauty and AM2's original design approach. The Check section on the right announces, this year too, AM2 Saturn lineup, showcasing upcoming Saturn games from AM2. It features Virtua Fighter Kids, Virtua Cop 2, Fighting Vipers, and Sonic the Fighters, with screenshots hinting at new modes and releases. Below, titled, VF3 Unpublished Character is this. Quote, we see unrevealed Virtua Fighter 3 characters. There's a female character in sporty attire, and a male character with face paint, envisioned as a wild wolf. They mention design changes since the AOU show, emphasizing the exciting surprise and professional polish of Virtua Fighter 3. The article clearly conveys excitement for the game's near completion and release. This page reveals the secret commands for unlocking Gold and Silver Dural in Virtua Fighter Kids. It's all about mastering the killer Dural, even in the kids version of the game. To unlock them, you input specific commands during the character select screen: down, up, right, left, and A for both Gold and Silver Dural. The article highlights how Dural is still incredibly strong in Virtua Fighter Kids, boasting movesets similar to Dural in Virtua Fighter 2.
There's also a scoop about a new Kids mode coming to the Saturn version. This mode, still in development, will let players access a mode select screen with various options, hinted to include special techniques for skilled players, and a Kids mode aimed at beginners. The difficulty of the CPU battles in Kids mode is also mentioned, suggesting it might be harder than in Virtua Fighter 2. The M2 team, in a small message, mentions that they have prepared Kids mode for the Saturn version, aiming it at a younger audience and also advanced players. They are considering even more modes for the final release, emphasizing that they're putting a lot of effort into the Saturn version. The page continues the hype around AM2's Saturn lineup, with Virtua Fighter Kids leading the charge, promising a fun and deep fighting experience even in its more accessible form. Sonic the Fighters is a new 3D fighting game developed by AM2, the creators of Virtua Fighter. The game boasts features like an automatic mode for simpler controls, and a CPU battle viewpoint switching feature. Key gameplay focuses on evasion operations, with techniques like body blows emphasizing dodging and counterattacking, and hyper mode for powerful attacks. Players can also use weapon stealing counterattack, jumping tool attack, and wall defense. The story involves Sonic and Tails racing to stop Drive, Eggman, and his Death Egg 2. Players can expect to experience the Sonic worldview in a new adventure demo and an intermediate demo in arcades. This page is a deep dive into Sonic the Fighters, giving you the inside scoop from AM2 developers themselves. It's all about mastering the characters, specifically Sonic and Knuckles, and understanding their special moves. The page highlights that Sonic is all about spin attacks, and using them effectively, emphasizing his signature move, the spin attack, as the core of his fighting style. They even give AM2 advice on how to use it, and other moves like the spiral spin, toss attack, and spin rocket missile. It shows screenshots demonstrating these techniques. Moving on to Knuckles, they call him the Combination Blow Master, highlighting his powerful combo attacks. Again, AM2 advice. Boxes give tips on using his moves like the spin attack, headbutt, and rising upper. They point out he's a bit of a middle ground character between Sonic and Tails in terms of performance, and focuses on his barrier-breaking techniques. The page includes detailed move lists for both Sonic and Knuckles in table format, showing move names and button commands. It looks like it covers a wide range of attacks like punches, kicks, throws, and special moves, giving you all the info you need to get good with these characters in Sonic the Fighters. They mention that mastering spin attacks is key for Sonic, and for Knuckles, it's all about those powerful combinations and using his Knuckle special. This page continues our look at Sonic the Fighters, and this time we're getting the lowdown on Tails, Amy, and Fang. First up is Tails, who they say is all about aerial combat. The AM2 advice highlights his propeller dash move, allowing for directional changes mid-air. His spin attack is quick, and they show off moves like the Poka Poka Punch and his Satsu throw. For his stage, you'll be battling CPU level 5 on the Skydeck Zone, a fast-paced aerial stage. Next, it's Amy Rose, and she's all about hammering her opponents. The AM2 crew reckons her hammer attacks are really strong, especially the combo hammer dive. They recommend using smaller hammer moves like the magical hammer and hammer throw. Her stage is Casino Night Zone at CPU level 2, with pinball machine gimmicks. Lastly, we have Fang, who's described as unleashing violent iron ball bombardments. They suggest using his hyper mode for continuous attacks and leveraging his iron balls for mid-range fighting. Evasion is key with Fang. His screenshots showcase his violent iron ball dash, hit up violent iron ball, and super cork moves. Fang's stage is also Casino Night Zone, but at CPU level 6, featuring a slot machine gimmick. Each character section also includes a stage introduction box detailing the CPU level and stage theme, alongside a comprehensive move list table showing all their attacks and button commands, just like we saw with Sonic and Knuckles on the previous page. This installment of character breakdowns for Sonic the Fighters features Espio, Bean, and Bark. Espio, utilizing chameleon abilities for surprise attacks, is highlighted by his Espio spin, which is key to his gameplay. He fights in the Green Forest Zone at CPU level 4. Bean, the dynamite-wielding character, focuses on bomb throwing. His dynamite duck and hyper mode bomb attacks are emphasized. He battles in the Green Forest Zone at CPU level 7, a stage with bomb-throwing platforms. Bark, the grappling polar bear, relies on throws and guard attacks, with a wrestling-style approach. His stage is the Aurora Icefield Zone, a frozen lake, at CPU Level 3. Each character section includes move lists and stage information. Reviewers suggest Espio requires practice, Bean excels with bombs, and Bark offers powerful throws. This page is titled AM2 Secret Research Report No. 2 and kicks off with VirtuSurf, answering a reader's question about Virtua Fighter 3 on PC, confirming it's playable on PC, and discussing mousepads and honey cosplay. There are images of Jackie Bryant and Cage Maru from Virtua Fighter 3.
Next up is news about Sonic the Fighters being ported to the Saturn. It mentions this is the second piece of publicity for the game from AM2, focusing on character modeling and comments from the character modelers. Then there's the AM2 Research Gallery, showcasing fan art sent in by readers, specifically featuring Virtua Fighter Kids characters from different readers, with names like Kiyoma from Aichi Prefecture and Pupil from Gunma Prefecture, commenting on how cute and enjoyable the submissions are. Finally, Hagaki Big Recruitment announces a t-shirt giveaway. Readers can win a special t-shirt designed by illustrator Yu Tanihara in collaboration with AM2 and SEGA Saturn Magazine editorial department by sending in postcards with opinions or questions for AM2. It highlights that reader submissions will influence future productions, including music and illustrations, and winning submissions will receive the special t-shirt. The next page is SEGA AM3 R&D Department. Number 3. Diving into Decathlete Rush for the Saturn. It's introducing the 8 individualistic characters that are playable in the game. They mention a new Mankusu TT mode is being revealed and that the Saturn port is progressing smoothly. Each character is showcased with their name, nationality, and a brief profile. From the USA, we have Rick Blade, described as a balanced type. Germany brings Ellen Reggiani, the high jump specialist.
Representing France and the UK is Jeff Jansen, who seems to be a high jumper and sprinter. Japan's Joe Kudu is the all-rounder, and from China comes Li Huang, skilled in gymnastics. Russia has 2 entries, Karl Vane, the power type, and Alexei Rigel, perhaps focusing on head strength. Finally, Jamaica is represented by Femi Cadio, a spring type likely excelling in jumping. The page highlights that the Saturn version is bringing new power-ups and game modes. They're adding original elements while keeping the core gameplay intact. Practice mode and other new modes are being developed. The graphics are said to be arcade perfect and look stunning. They mention the Deca Slalom mode and handicap selection as ways to enjoy different playstyles. It concludes by saying, more details are coming in P.89, indicating further coverage later in the magazine. Gunblade NY is a hit arcade game, particularly its score attack mode. The game has been out for a month, and players are eager to set new high scores. This guide offers tips for navigating the game, starting with advice for the easy mode, Area 2. Area 1 emphasizes mastering the gun controls and using the environment for strategic advantage. Area 2 warns players about close-range enemy attacks and suggests using taxis as bombs. The guide strongly encourages players to compete in score attack, emphasizing the destruction of objects for points and setting the director's score as a target. It also provides advice on dealing with missile attacks from bosses and prioritizing the elimination of Zako enemies in Area 2 to avoid close-range attacks. This page introduces Yusaku, a new main character in the SEGA Saturn game Last Bronx. Tokyo Bangaichi. The article highlights his weapon, the Sansetsukan or 3-section staff, emphasizing its reach and versatility in combat, making it effective at various ranges. The text talks about the game's visual improvements and dynamic action, encouraging players to check it out. There are screenshots showcasing in-game action with Yusaku using his weapon. The page also includes a section dedicated to explaining the Sansetsukan, detailing its history, variations, and fighting style within the game, noting it is a weapon originating from Chinese farming tools and is effective in combat due to its long reach and unpredictable movements, making it hard to defend against. This page continues introducing new characters for Last Bronx. This time it's Zaimoku, a powerful man who wields a heavy hammer. He's described as a power and masculine type of character, and his weapon is simply called Hammer. The article mentions that players who like this kind of character archetype will be pleased. Zaimoku's fighting style is described as powerful, with devastating throws that deal not just physical,
but also mental damage to opponents. The reviewer mentions that Zaimoku is a power maniac type of character, and his attacks are powerful and unique compared to other characters in the game. There is a section dedicated to explaining the hammer as a weapon. It's stated that hammers are large mallets used in civil engineering and carpentry. In Japanese, it's called kanizuchi, and wooden mallets are called kizuchi. Both are broadly referred to as hammer. It details how the hammer is used in combat, typically wielded with one or both hands, swung from above or below, to deliver powerful blows. The article mentions that, in Last Bronx, the hammer is used as a weapon, and its weight makes it effective against human opponents, acting like a blunt weapon. In the game, the hammer is used for both offense and defense. Historically, hammers were used as farming tools and construction tools worldwide, but in Last Bronx they are featured as a primary weapon. The page finishes with a teaser for the next page, saying, "Next page, finally! Manx T Island. Command, big reveal!" This page from Dr. Watari's Cyber Troopers Virtuon Lecture Series, Volume 6, dives into the user perspective on the SEGA Saturn version of Virtuon. It's a special curriculum focusing on control methods and how players want to experience the game on Saturn. The article kicks off by asking, what kind of control system should it be? Questioning whether to use the standard Saturn pad or a dedicated controller for Virtuon. A survey reveals that a whopping 85.7% of players prefer the dedicated controller, while only 9.1% are happy with the standard pad, and 5.2% are okay with either. A comment from a player in Nagasaki highlights the desire for a dedicated controller to achieve a higher level of play. The next section explores the debate of dedicated pad or dedicated stick. Again, a survey is presented, and it shows an overwhelming 80.4% preference for stick-type control, compared to only 8.2% for pad type. 11.4% expressed a desire for either. The article mentions player comments suggesting that stick-type control is considered essential for Virtuon due to its arcade heritage and the desire to replicate that experience at home. Cost is also mentioned as a factor, with stick-type controllers being more expensive. The article concludes by pondering which control method is the best choice for players, considering both cost and the authentic arcade feel. This page from Dr. Watari's Cyber Troopers Virtuon Lecture Series continues the discussion about the Saturn version, focusing on battle formats and screen setup. It questions whether a 100% arcade perfect port is possible, and asks about player preferences for online versus split-screen multiplayer. It seems the magazine conducted another survey, this time asking about screen split versus communication online. The results show that 58.1% of players are hoping for communication online play, while 39.6% want screen split, and a small 2.3% are okay with either. Player comments are included, highlighting the desire for online play, but also acknowledging the technical challenges. The article discusses the technical difficulties in achieving online play on Saturn, and the polygon limitations for split screen. The next section asks what kind of extras or original modes players want in the Saturn version. User requests are listed, including things like opening movies, training modes, user-created original mecha, and chibi characters. Players are suggesting various additions to enhance the home version beyond a simple arcade port. Finally, the page concludes with a "Wait for follow-up report" section, hinting at future news about the Saturn Virtuon. It mentions that the team is still working on the game and requests players to wait for further information regarding graphics and sound quality and the release date. They acknowledge that there's still work to be done, particularly in the graphics and sound aspects of the game. This page announces the release of the Cyber Troopers Virtuon Arcade Soundtrack CD, proclaiming that all the sought-after BGM is finally available. It features an interview with Mr. Kojima from the sound team and M2 Research and Development Section 3, who were responsible for the sound. The interview delves into the sound creation for Virtuon, explaining that they aimed for music suitable for anime-style robot battles, inspired by artists like Yellow Magic Orchestra and Herbie Hancock for the game's image. They discuss the challenges of perfectly capturing the arcade sound for the CD and their commitment to quality. The CD is packed with content, boasting all 28 in-game tracks from the arcade version, plus 3 bonus tracks, totaling 31 tracks and over 50 minutes of music. It will also come with a bonus poster and jacket artwork designed by Mr. Inoue, adding to the collectability. The page also includes a Virtuon art gallery, showcasing in-game visuals. The developers comment on their approach to graphics, striving for a straight, graphical representation of the world of Virtualon, and aiming to impress with both the robot designs and backgrounds. They highlight the detailed work involved in creating the 3D graphics and the concept behind the visual style. This page continues the discussion about Cybertroopers Virtualon and its sound. The article dives into the development of the sound scene for a potential Virtualon 2, exploring how it might evolve from the arcade version. They aim to bring an even more exciting and speed-filled experience, considering player feedback and pushing the limits of the Model 2 board. The interviewer asks about the sound direction for this hypothetical sequel, and Mr. Kojima from the sound team mentions they're leaning towards a more anime-like sound, focusing on catchy anime-style theme songs, especially for the opening. This page also highlights the special bonuses included with the recently announced Virtualon soundtrack CD,
which are a clear file case and a poster, both featuring collaborative designs.
Finally, there's a quick mention of other merchandise being prepared, including Virtualon t-shirts and phone cards. This page is about a special event commemorating the Sheep Command feature in the game Manx TT Superbike. The SEGA AM3R&D Manx team went to a farm to research sheep and experience riding sheep firsthand for the game. The article describes their visit to a farm called Furai Animal Village in Higashi-Izu. Despite rainy weather, the team enjoyed interacting with the sheep, taking photos, and even riding them. The Sheep Command is highlighted as a special move in Manx TT Superbike. The page shows in-game screenshots of the command being executed, which involves a sequence of button presses. Shift up twice, shift down twice, left bank, right bank, brake, accelerate, and then honk the horn, which is represented by Mimi. Successfully executing this command leads to success being displayed in the game. There are photos of the team members at the farm, feeding rabbits and goats, and generally enjoying the animal interactions. One section mentions that in the game, you can also customize courses and even compete on BGM choices, offering further depth to the gameplay experience. The page ends with a group photo after their farm visit, with a speech bubble from a sheep saying, "I'm tired too," suggesting the sheep might have been involved in the motion capture or research process, and overall the team seemed to have a fun and unique experience. This page is the SEGA Saturn soft review page, featuring opinions from 3 different reviewer groups. First up, we have the Lady Users group, who played Super Real Mahjong P6 and really enjoyed it, mentioning the sturdy joystick, and that they even bought 8 copies. They gave it a score of 8. Next, the Game Mania group reviewed both Super Real Mahjong P6 and Metal Black. For Mahjong, they considered it a standard and enjoyable Mahjong game, a solid choice you can play without worry, and praised its tempo, giving it a 6. For Metal Black, they noted it as a side-scrolling shooter, reminiscent of Darius, with lots of action on screen, recognizing its high quality, and giving it a score of 7. Lastly, the guest game writers also reviewed both games. They described Super Real Mahjong P6 as a strip Mahjong game, the 6th in the popular series, highlighting improvements in character design and system, awarding it an 8. For Metal Black, they praised it as a perfect arcade port, capturing the original difficulty, and emphasized the unique and enjoyable Metal Black style, giving it a score of 8 as well. Both games seemed to be well received by the reviewers with solid scores. This page presents reviews from 3 different reviewer groups for 3 games: Wizardry Viz and V. 2 complete received mixed reviews. Female users enjoyed the RPG elements, score 6.
High Rollers called it a masterpiece, score 7.
Guest writers found it complex and difficult, geared towards hardcore players, score 5. Tatsujin, O. Shippu Madu Daisakusen, was well received. Female users enjoyed the arcade atmosphere and port quality, score 7.
High Rollers praised its shooting and racing blend, score 8.
Guest writers also highlighted the shooting racing mix, recommending it to fans, score 7. Darius 2 received varied feedback. Female users appreciated the atmosphere and arcade feel, score 6. High Rollers found the experience emotional, but were critical of the conversion and gave it a 5. This page features reviews for 3 upcoming games. First up is Universal Museum Apache Slot Simulator. All 3 reviewer groups Female users, high rollers, and guest writers gave it a solid 7 out of 10. They generally agreed it's a well-made simulation with detailed machines, great for practice, but it doesn't quite capture the real thrill of Pachislot. Next is Crime Photos, an adventure game. The reviews here are much more mixed. Female users thought it was reasonably fun, giving it a 6. However, high rollers and guest writers were less impressed, scoring it a 4 and 3 respectively. They found the story slow and unengaging, and the overall production quality lacking.
Finally, there's Slot Shooting, a shooting game with puzzle elements.
This one also received lukewarm reviews. Female users gave it a 4, criticizing its repetitive gameplay and poor controls. Guest writers gave it a slightly better 5, suggesting cooperative play might improve the experience, but still noting a lack of depth and excitement. Overall, the reviewers seem underwhelmed by Crime Photos and Slot Shooting, while Universal Museum is seen as a decent but not outstanding Pachislot simulation. This text details hidden features in 3 classic games. In 3x3 Eyes, players can access a scenario select, R, R, X, Y, Z, exit at the title screen, and a music test, L, Z, Y, X, start. Mega Man X3 reveals how to get Zero's beam saber by defeating Valava MK2 with specific weapons under specific conditions. However, this makes Zero unusable for the rest of the game. Also, obtaining the Hyper Chip requires collecting all upgrade chips and having full health before entering a Stage 8 boss room. Finally, World Advanced Great Strategy Operation File features background select and free camera modes, activated during gameplay by pressing a second controller. This webpage details hidden features and cheat codes for various SEGA Saturn games. In Titan Wars, players can activate invincibility and a movie selector via pause screen button inputs. Snatcher features a wallpaper change by entering a code at the title screen, confirmed by an explosion sound and illustrated with several wallpaper styles. Gran Historia, the Gun Griffon, offers unlimited ammo and jumps using title screen button codes. Another Snatcher cheat adjusts screen brightness during shooting range training, affecting the central view. Finally, the tower allows for a blowout lobby creation by following a specific button sequence during building. The page concludes with a call for cheat code submissions for SEGA hardware, offering prizes based on the quality and type of submitted cheat information. This page introduces us to Karu, a composer who makes game music, mainly for home karaoke machine X55. She also works on Zunta arrangements specifically for karaoke. Karu mentions that she's responsible for music in games like Tenchi wo Kakeru Koe and Moku Gekisho wa Katarazu. She talks about the unique challenges of game music, especially making it interesting when it has to loop repeatedly. Karu mentions being inspired by Dragon Quest and wants to put her own style and melody into her work. She's currently working on music for a Puzzle Bobble 10th anniversary game on the X55 and is studying music theory to get better at her craft. She seems really enthusiastic about game music and wants to keep learning and improving. There's also a section about her game, Karu Land, which is on sale for 2,000 yen and is a collection of 5 titles including Gyakuten Tan, Puzzle Bobble, and Capriccio, all with newly composed background music for a theme park setting, and includes a special instruction card. This page is showcasing the reader's prize presents from SEGA Saturn Magazine. There are 6 different prizes to be won. First up, 20 lucky readers can choose any SEGA Saturn game released before May 24, 1996. For anime fans, there's a Kyan Kyan Vanyele Miele poster, up for grabs for 3 people. Puzzle enthusiasts can try to win one of 3 The Tower Jigsaw Puzzle postcard sets, based on the game The Tower. Sakura Tyson fans will be excited about the signed autograph-colored paper by Hidenori Matsubara, the character designer, with 2 available. For something a bit different, there's a body special 264 jigsaw puzzle featuring Gravure Idols, with 5 to be won. Lastly, 5 people can win a telephone card for the game.
Water Margin, Tale of Clouds and Winds, originally titled Suiko Embu, Fun Saiki. The page also includes a list of winners from the previous March 22 issue's prize draw. In the information section, it's mentioned that at E3 on May 16, the Saturn version of Sonic and internet connectivity for the Saturn were announced. Big news at the time. There's also a mention of a toy show happening on June 8 in Japan. This page is all about the game Reverthion, a high-speed 3D versus action STG game.
It looks like a fast-paced arena fighter with insect-like mecha. The game boasts polygon graphics, creating a realistic world for super-fast battles. There are 8 different playable units, each with unique forms and abilities, offering varied combat styles. The game emphasizes an engaging story and a 2-player versus mode for competitive play. The page also mentions field size and handicap options for customization. The screenshots show in-game combat and character select screens, giving a glimpse of the game's visual style and interface. The next page is focused on Hyper Revertheon and announces its release date as June 7th. It highlights that the game is compatible with a Versus cable for multiplayer battles, even without splitting the screen. It mentions that a playable demo of Hyper Revertheon is included on Saturn Super Volume 6, which was released on May 8th. Technosoft is credited as the developer. There's also an announcement for the Tokyo Toy Show on June 8th and 9th at Makuhari Messe, where Technosoft will have a booth at 73. They are inviting people to come and try out the game, and are offering an original CD as a present to the first 1,000 people who answer a survey. The page also features character artwork and in-game screenshots showcasing the 3D polygon graphics. This page introduces the Sega Ages series for the Sega Saturn, highlighting the first game in the series, Puzzle and Action, Taunter. It mentions that this series brings popular arcade titles to the Sega Saturn. The game itself seems to be a collection of mini-games with a quiz element, and it's designed for 1 to 2 players. The advertisement mentions it has enhanced quiz-like elements and that it will provide 200% enjoyment. It also states the release date is June and the price is 4,800 yen. Below this, there is a list of upcoming Sega Ages titles, including June, Space Harrier, Mission Stick compatible, for 3,800 yen. August, Afterburner, Mission Stick compatible, for 3,800 yen. October, Outrun, Racing Controller compatible, for 3,800 yen. November, Fantasy Zone, Multi-Terminal 6 compatible, for 4,800 yen. The page also features character artwork and screenshots from Puzzle and Action. Tanter, showcasing the game's puzzle and action elements.